You indicate that Accra Business School certificate to be acquired. You don't tell us when. When do you hope to conclude that? I would like to have that information for our records. Page 2, you do not give us durations, specific durations. For example, when you say AI certificate in German, Goethe Institute, you just indicate 2012. Was it the whole year 2012? Was it for a month? Was it for 2 months? We would want you to be specific. You were not a member of Parliament in 2016, as you have indicated. It should be 2017 to date, 2017. You were sworn in on the 7th of January 2017, so we'll have to correct that. And then board chairman, Kolebu Teaching Hospital. You were not board chairman in 2017, as you have indicated. It should be 2018. 2017, it was Dr. Felix Anya. You took over on the 28th of June 2018, so you have to correct that. Page 3 of your CV and leadership positions held. Executive member of the Students' Representative Council at the most famous Presbyterian Boys Secondary School. But the year you provide, it couldn't have been 2009 to 2010. And then you were vice president, SRCK and USC, 2005, 2006. So we have to correct that. I believe it should be 1999, right? Not 2009. So you have to pay attention to that. And membership of professional bodies. I observe that you state that you're a member Ghana Medical Association, Eastern Region Branch, member Ghana Medical Association, Greater Accra Branch. You notice the year, 2016. What you have there, we haven't reached there yet. We don't know if we will live to meet that year. But my main focus is that above that, you say you were a member of the Welfare Committee, Ghana Medical Association, Central Region Branch, 2009 to 2011. But you omit that under membership of professional body. You only state Eastern Region and Greater Accra Region. Is there an explanation, or is it's an omission that should be corrected?
It's an omission.
Okay.
If you're correcting it, you belong to the Ghana Medical Association.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah. There are other branches, but one association.
And conferences, capacity building programs attended under that same page. Certificate of competence in parliamentary basics and fundamentals, University of Witwatersrand, I believe in South Africa. But the duration provided, were you in South Africa for more than 7 weeks, 1st October 2018 to 24th November 2018?
I think it's an error. We had a program for a week.
So we'll have to correct that as well. The finance in the boardroom, London, UK, I'm sure we can correct that as well. Page 4 of your CV, you have a head note there, awards and honors, and yet the submission there is author of 2 books, The Audacity of Ambition, High Blood Pressure. Why do you put that under awards and honors? Is it?
I had, you have to forgive me, but I had a short time to put them together. I was assisted by my secretary. I think he omitted that part, but we'll correct it. Yeah. It shouldn't have come under award and honors.
That's noted. So I'm sure that probably the COVID pressure made you commit these these mistakes. The final page, I'm sure that the Honorable said, Chairman Sabonsu, it will be more appropriate to add that he's Majority Leader and Minister for Parliamentary Affairs. Let's accord him his proper official designation. And finally, on your CV, I'm surprised I do not see any membership of the committees of Parliament. That's one. And then two, no membership of the COVID-19 coordinating, the National Coordinating Technical Team or any of the committees. Is that to suggest that as board chairman of Kolebu, you are not playing any role, you are not serving in any official capacity? So these two concerns, can you please respond to them?
Yeah, Honourable Member, I take the omission of the committees as an error. We are going to do that. For the COVID, I work closely with the risk.
Before you move to COVID, tell us the committees you belong to in Parliament.
So in Parliament, I'm a member of the Assurance Committee, and then also the Health Committee, a member of the Health Committee and the Assurance Committee.
Very well. Now tell us what you do at the COVID.
Yes, for the COVID, I work closely with the risk communication team, who are supposed to communicate the events surrounding the COVID situation in Ghana. So I work closely with the risk communication team.
Mr. Chairman, I'm done. I believe that the honourable nominee will let us have all the corrections. I thank you.
Honourable Member for Tema East.
Mr. Chairman, one observation. I heard the nominee. First of all, congratulations, my brother. I heard you saying that you attended Presec, and Honourable Ablakwa said you've made Presecans proud. There are so many Presec schools, but there is one original, which you didn't indicate. So please, can you qualify it for us to know which of the Presec you attended? Thank you very much.
Honourable Member, I have appreciation for all presby schools in the country, including Teshi Presec, which is my constituency. But the Presec I was referring to is a Presbyterian Boys Secondary School, formerly at Krogodumasi and now at Medina, where they wear the blue and the brown shorts.
Very well. Any more? Honourable Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honourable Okoe-Boye, on page 1 of your CV, 2019-2020, Accra Business School, certificate to be acquired. What time were you using to do this?
Leader, so this is an executive program for a year, and the lectures start from Thursday to one weekend in a month. So I do some 4 or 5 days of lectures at Accra Business School, located around the Smithers, and I try in the night to find some space to read some things.
Chairman, does it mean that he uses?
I wanted to be a better servant, so I try to learn all the time. That's why I am, especially because of Kolebu as board chair, I wanted. No, Chairman.
Chairman, he said the lectures 5 days in a week in some part of the month. Did I hear that? Yes, and if you are using 5 days, how could you not be using parliamentary time?
From Thursday to Sunday, in the evenings on weekdays and in the mornings on weekends. outside parliamentary hours. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the same page 1, 2013 to 2014, where he acquired a master's degree in public health, right?
Yes, sir.
That same period, if you look at work experience, it's the same period that you were supposed to have been medical officer and researcher at KB Government Hospital. So how did you do that?
Yeah, so unlike physicians in the capital, Accra, when you find yourself in a district hospital, usually you don't have specific working hours. We were doing virtually 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And that is the reason why usually management gives you those privileges to study and at the same time be supporting them around the clock. So I was given a special dispensation, a study leave, which allowed me to acquire knowledge whilst still being outside the city. Yeah.
Chairman, from 2012 to 2016, medical officer and researcher. Were you a researcher?
I think the background had to do with the thesis I wrote at the master's level. It was on hypertension, high blood pressure in black people. And most of the data had to come from Ghana. I centered on Eastern region and Greater Accra. And for Eastern region, KB Government Hospital was a key source of primary data. So that's where the research comes in. It was part of the program.
Hey, Chairman, if you work on a thesis, does that make you a researcher?
Senior, I wouldn't like to debate with you. If it's not appropriate, I withdraw.
Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman, if I have your indulgence, let me congratulate our colleague. And Chairman, noting that the President in his letter of appointment emphasizes our current public health emergency and wants Deputy Minister Bernard Okoe-Boye to go and support this national effort. The whip has just asked you, will you abandon being a student MP deputy minister to serve the cause for which the President urgently wants you to? Because by your CV, Accra Business School, certificate to be acquired, given the urgency that the President have attached to your appointment, give us an assurance. Would you want to be a student deputy minister?
Thank you very much, Leader. I'm happy to mention that on 14th of April, I submitted my last corrected thesis. So I am actually done with my studies.
14th of what?
14th of this month.
That's yesterday.
Yes, yesterday. Yes.
Yesterday was a Sunday.
Yes,
Oh,
but
today is Wednesday. Yesterday.
yes. Yeah. So, yes. So, Leader, I submitted the final amended or edited work yesterday. So now I'm only waiting for the graduation day to pass out. So I'll have the time to support the minister. And then for MP, I'll get closer to my colleagues who are MPs and ministers so that they would teach me, guide me on how to juxtapose the two effectively and efficiently.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Bernard Okoe-Boye, I'm a bit fascinated that you were 27 years old when you became a doctor. Is that the case?
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh. And then your marital state, or you stated that you are married with 3 children. So when did you marry? And when did you have these 3 children? It's a bit curious. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, my wife is behind me. I'm not too good with dates, but I think it was in 2013. It's correct, right? 2013, yes. And the children came in consecutive numbers. I think 2013, 14, and I think 15. Mr. Chairman, I had to. There was a lot of urgent business ahead, so I had to complete that one.
Yes, any more questions on the CV? Very well. Now we will start having one.
Just one.
Yes.
Chairman, it can be ignored, but just for the record, page 2, you see you've indicated Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology 2002 to 2009, and then it runs through your bachelor degree in medicine and surgery. I would wish that the year of award cannot be part of the year where you are undergoing the process for an award. So just take note of it and rectify it accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also have a little concern over here. I'm sorry I was late, but I'm looking at where he's indicated as an award. He has 3 titles, and I don't know whether the 3 titles are all books that he authored. But he has indicated that he has 2 books, but I've seen 3 titles.
As he said here, the correction has been made. 2 are publications, 1 is an award. So. Very well, honorable members, the floor is open. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I will begin with the nominees' recent interview he granted CTFM, which was widely reported under the caption, "Don't use your energies to fight for allowances, but for COVID-19, Okoe-Boye advises nurses." This relates to the matter to do with who is a frontline officer and who benefits from the president's incentives to health workers. I have gone through your statements and positions the Honorable Okoe-Boye has been quite active on the floor. I have here a lot of statements that the Honorable Okoe-Boye has made on the floor, which is commendable. On the 15th of February 2018, the official report of 15th February 2018, Thursday, at column 1225, you said, and Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I quote, "Mr. Speaker, it is dangerous when we have a doctor or a nurse who has his mind in the hospital, but his heart is outside. Incentives and morale is important to get health workers to give off their best," unquote. On the 22nd of February 2018, 2 years ago, you said again at column 1529, the second paragraph, and I quote, "Mr. Speaker, it is not enough to have personnel at the health facilities. What is also important is to have nurses who are well motivated, and doctors as well. I am happy that my senior colleague, the Honorable Yile, who is here, mentioned that some doctors are reluctant to go to the north when they are posted. Mr. Speaker, the phenomenon of doctors not taking postings to the north would remain with us until incentives are put in place to motivate them. So going through your positions in this House, you have been a champion of incentives for health workers. How is it that as soon as you were appointed, you are suddenly saying that incentives should not really be the focus? It shouldn't matter. How do you reconcile this position? And what would be your advice to the minister and to the president about who a frontline worker is? Because that remains a matter of great controversy. So it's a double-barreled question. Reconciling your position, as you have maintained 2 years ago, 3 years ago, incentives are important. Now you are appointed, you are saying we can downplay incentives. Reconcile that and help us understand who a frontline health worker is.
Thank you so much, my senior Odade. Mr. Chairman, let me say here and repeat that I am one who believes strongly that a fair and good incentive scheme would help in the distribution of health personnel across the country. I still stand by that. Now, the heading that my colleague mentioned, that we should not use our energy to fight for money, is actually the discretion, the editorial, how the media house put it. But if you listen to the discussion, which was on their weekend program, what I said was that not understanding or appreciating fully what the president means by frontline worker should not make us agitate, and that we should get closer to the ministry so that we appreciate the details of that incentive scheme or that intervention. And I also mentioned that because we are still in the middle of the war, the COVID war, we should be careful not to spend substantial amount of our time and energy looking at the details of disbursement and who should get it, because you can't do two things usually at the same time. But I also add that I mentioned in the program that you realize that there was mention of an insurance package for all health workers, not only frontline workers, all health workers. That is frontline, middle line, and back line. Those are my other phrases. And the mentioning also of the exemption of taxes. I mentioned on the program that it will reflect in physical cash, so that if you take a net of 1,500 Ghana cedis a month and your taxes were up to 500, for the 3 months that have been mentioned, you're actually going to take 2,000 because the 500 will add. And I stated that that was an admission by the president that all health workers are at some level of risk. Then I added at the program that I go to Lekma Hospital to consult sometimes. Although my risk is higher than the citizen on the streets, the doctor at Ga East, which is an isolation treatment center, sole prepared for COVID patients, those who are positive, my risk cannot be the same as that doctor's or nurse's risk. And so when any category isolates them for another package, fairness will let me sort of appreciate what was happening. And I'm happy to mention that the nurses association that were quite were unhappy about the announcement of Frontline. Later, I listened to an interview from their leader, and they said they now appreciate what the president meant by Frontline, because he had explained that it had to do with people who were working at isolation centers where positive cases are being managed. So if you are a cleaner at the isolation center, you are a security man, you are a frontline worker. And when you ask me what a frontline worker is, I guess I have used this to answer. And let me also add that the motive was a good one. It's not to say other lines don't matter. but it's what I've explained. Some have been put right with the positive cases, and that is why some of us, myself, if I were to be in LECMA on their payroll, I do it pro bono, so I'm not on their payroll, but if I were to be there, I will get the tax exemption. I also get the insurance should anything happen, but I will not get the 50% basic, which those at Ka East will take home. Thank you.
Would 2020. And by way of background, there are those who have argued, and I listened to the respected Bishop Dag Heward-Mills only last week. He's a medical doctor himself, and there are quite a number of people who have argued that Ghana did not take this threat we did not prepare adequately. I have here in my hands a statement that was read on the 29th of January 2020 by the NDC member for NAPDAM under the heading Coronavirus Infection of. This was way back in January, far back before Ghana recorded its first case on the 12th of March 2020. In that statement, the NDC member for NAPDAM, Dr. Market Nawani, thank you, leader, made far-reaching suggestions of what we should do at the time, far back in January. And the official report reveals that you spoke right after that statement, which was admitted by Light, some of the suggestions he made. If you look at column 010 of the 29th January 2020 report, you said, and I quote, "I know our standing orders advise us not to generate debate through statements, but when my honorable colleague mentioned that China is building a 1,000-bed capacity hospital, and we have a lot of uncompleted ones here not being attended to, I felt it was a little disjointed. However, let me quickly offer some medication. What China is building is not a standing hospital like Kolebu Teaching Hospital or the Greater Accra Regional Hospital, Rich Hospital. It is a holding facility which is meant to deal with isolated cases that have been picked from other health stations. For the information of the House, Ghana has a similar facility at the Tema General Hospital. China has a population of over 1 billion. If we compute the ratio, one bed in that facility will serve 1 million people. The one at Tema is about 30-bed capacity. It is also 1 to 1 million. So we have to consider the population as well." And you virtually gave lots of assurances and sought to suggest that probably the Honorable Nawani was being alarmist. With hindsight, will you say that Ghana should have taken this threat more seriously, as Dr. Nawani warned us on the 29th of January 2020? And how do you assess, as a professional, as an expert, how do you assess Ghana's preparedness so far?
Thank you very much, my honorable colleague. Let me say that when my colleague Dr. Nawani made a statement, he, after having mentioned the construction of the 1,000-bed facility, he tried to draw a correlation to uncompleted hospitals that we had. I felt that issue is a matter that has been around for some time, and the correlation, it was as if the impression was as if because we had not completed some hospitals, then it would automatically affect our preparation. And then secondly, I wanted to draw the attention of the House that the hospital, which is actually true, the hospital China raised is like a holding bay for dealing with either suspected or confirmed cases. The one we had at Temajena is for a similar purpose. It's just a holding bay for people who have been confirmed or suspected of having it. And I wanted to remind the House that they had a huge population, over 1 billion. So if immediately you address your mind to the population, you realize that a 30-bed facility in Ghana is more or less equivalent to a 1,000-bed facility in China. So that we don't go like until we build, some might think until we build a 500-bed holding bay, we are not adequately prepared. So that's why I wanted to draw attention. And I think I mentioned that day that I have press statements or releases from the Ministry of Health. The first one came on the 21st of January 2020, and the title was Outbreak of Novel Coronavirus Infection in Ghana. Now, the World Health Organization officially admitted, or China officially admitted, the outbreak of a novel virus in the first week of January. And within 2 weeks, Ghana as a country, through the Ministry of Health, came out with a statement that this condition, which is a public health emergency, has arisen from China in the Hubei province. So quickly, the country had activated its national emergency response and actually followed with a statement on the 27th of January, which also I was privileged to get a copy from the Director of Public Health, Dr. Sarkodie. And that statement mentioned the various areas that Ghana was, the interventions were put in place. So you realize that the statement, which was dated 27 January, talked about mentioned that the MOH has triggered a national emergency preparedness and response plan based on the following thematic areas. So way back in January, the country also was putting some things in place. They mentioned coordination, having a National Technical Coordination Committee meeting comprising of WHO in Ghana, Veterinary Services, Institute of Medical Research at Noguchi, and other stakeholders. It talked about surveillance, where we had put in place measures at the airport to monitor people. It also talked about points of entry. That's where we introduced the thermometer guns and all that. And then you see the laboratory, Noguchi, were giving some kits supported to start testing and risk communication. So the point are things in place. And with my public health background, when there's an outbreak, the outbreak will follow a curve. Every point of the curve usually warrants a particular action. And Corona or COVID-19 or SARS-CoV-2, as the International Association classifies, we don't know everything about it as we speak. We know some things about it. So because it's a new condition or disease, as you study its curve, you escalate your measures based on the trend the curve is taking. So you realize that almost every country, including China, they didn't take every action on day one. They monitored the curve and immediately came in with harsh actions like closing Hubei or Wuhan down. And I always add the action of the Prime Minister of China. He didn't go to Wuhan when the curve was going up. When their daily cases started flattening, he visited Wuhan. So if we are not careful, with the benefit of hindsight, you can look back and say, you could have done A, B, C, D. But the escalation depends on the point of the curve where you are. And that's why we had to close our borders at a point and not in the beginning. But we started taking temperature. And I'll not mention her name, but there is a senior journalist in this country who said the measures she witnessed in Ghana were way stricter than in other countries. So we are not doing badly. We escalated our interventions based on what we've seen. Retrospective assessment we can always do, but I wish we would complete the war and then we can always go back.
Mr. Chairman, my final question to the distinguished nominee relates to the matter of financial transparency and accountability. I'm sure you are aware that when Ebola struck, in the aftermath, there have been numerous scandals about financial accountability. Indeed, in DR Congo, the health minister was arrested and is being prosecuted as we speak. In Liberia, Red Cross could not account for $5 million. And some people are facing prosecution. The Red Cross had to issue a statement apologizing to their donors for the scandal. There's a lot of money pouring in now. The IMF has just promised $1 billion. This House has approved $200 million from the Stabilization Fund. There is the $100 million from the World Bank, and many other donations going to the National COVID-19 Trust Fund. Will you support a special bipartisan committee to oversee the expenditure, or an eminent committee of experts to oversee for greater transparency and accountability to avoid the scandals that have been associated with Ebola in some of these other countries, as I'm sure you are aware of the literature? Financial accountability is the thrust of my question.
Thank you very much. Honorable colleague, I believe strongly, Mr. Chairman, I believe strongly in accountability, both for public funds and even private funds. But I think it's sufficient enough to remind those who would supervise the disbursements that a day of accountability would come, so that they take that caution or reminder on board. Trying to form the committee whilst the war is on would be like a coach or a technical person trying to assess players and a coach. Whilst even the match is on, they've not closed the match. So maybe from the bench, you can remind the players that we'll come to the room and discuss your strategies. So position yourself well. But a committee, I mean, anything to make sure that there's transparency, I wouldn't rigidly fight it. But I guess the power is not in my hands to determine that. But I wouldn't fight anyone who calls for transparency. But the timing, maybe if after COVID is gone and we are in good normal times, that conversation can be put on the table. And maybe okay, I'll not go there. All right, let me end here. Thank you.
Yes, Barbara.
Grateful.
Barbara.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and congratulations. I have 3 questions. And my first question is, should traditional medicine have space in our health delivery system? And how should it be controlled outside our health delivery system? Thank you.
Excuse me, traditional medicine. Yeah. So, let me...
Question again?
No, it's okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, as we speak, traditional medicine or herbal medicine is actually part of the health infrastructure of this country, especially when it comes to service delivery. Lekama Hospital, I know upstairs there is a trained herbal medicine practitioner from KNUST who mans their consulting. Even at the ministry, I think we have a unit that supervises their actions. Most of the time, the issue has been the science of the herbal medicine. Since this COVID situation came up, I have had calls from people who say they have some concoctions that can heal those who are positive. But when I ask them for samples, some says that it's through prayer and a special dispensation. But unfortunately, scientists want to stick to evidence. And once your concoction is proven to be safe for use in human beings and also has efficacy, the appropriate bodies will grant the approval so that we use them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You you came up with a very interesting publication in 2018, High Blood Pressure in Black People, an explanation of what high blood pressure, hypertension is, how to prevent it, and preserve life. Can you share with us this publication, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'll just make it brief, but yes, I have a copy here. I'll give my colleague. But I observed in the consulting room that we're having some emergencies, some premature deaths as a result of high blood pressure. And what I noticed in the consulting is that most of them knew that they were hypertensive. But because of the talk in town, especially for the men, that when you take your drugs, this will happen to you, you will not be
able to take the drugs, what will happen to you?
Most of
you
the
mean
men...
They say you can't fire when you take the drug?
Yes, most of the men claim they cannot...
Don't be afraid to say what you hear.
Most of the men claim they cannot perform. Yes. Most of the men claim that people in town say if should they take their medications, they will become impotent over time. And that resulted in a lot of avoidable deaths. Some came with acute heart failure, sudden death, and their pressure was very high. So I also realized that when you have a nice conversation with a patient and explain to them what each medicine does, their attitude towards the drugs change. Their compliance levels become very high. So I wanted to have a book that once you can read and write, should you finish looking through the book, you will know what blood pressure is, why even a doctor will ask you to consider some medications, what they will do for you, and actually the book also addresses some of the myths and claims in town. And I think I've had calls from some people who say that ever since they read the book, they've started or they've been complying. You meet a woman, some women have taken their drugs for 50 years, and from their talk, you can see the one who is compliant. The old ladies will tell you, I've come for my drugs, it's finished. But when you meet some men, they will tell you they came. If you ask them why they are there, they don't say anything. When you look through their folder, before you realize they came for medication. If you tell them, are you hypertensive? They'll say, that's what the doctors say. So you realize that such talk changes over time, and it's good to live long and avoid some of these deaths. Yeah, thank you.
That's interesting. Thank you very much. Yes, very interesting. So I'm sure we have a lot of information on high blood pressure. My last question is, what role does technology play in efficient health delivery system? And how much do you suggest the government should invest, thank you, in our health delivery system?
I thank you very much. As we speak, the Ministry of Health, I know, has an e-health program that is trying to make most hospitals go paperless. Paperless as in, you don't need to go and queue for hours waiting for your folder to be given to you. In Lekman Hospital, for example, everything is on a computer. You only need your reference number. Kolibu also has started the paperless program, rolling it out in phases. So the polyclinic of the Kolibu Teaching Hospital, as we speak, is completely paperless. You just mention your number and everything is there. You only go through to the pharmacist. No prescription paper. You just mention your number and then they give you your drugs. Now, this helps to cut down the waiting time, which is very, very critical in most areas of health. For example, if you take maternal mortality, the causes are 3 delays. Delay in reporting first to the hospital when you are pregnant, delay from the time you get into labor to the hospital grounds, and then delay of the staff in coming to the patient to attend to the patient. And where you have a paperless system, you are likely to spend just minutes to access the records of the pregnant woman. Unlike a facility where they have to enter a room with 10 years of folder storage. maybe by the time the folder is ready, the woman would have given birth at the OPD. So technology obviously saves us some time and space so that we can do other things with the space we have instead of the folder rooms. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman.
Yele.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Nominee, you have been intimately connected with the activities of the health sector, chair of the co-living board, member of the health committee, and as you yourself indicated, spokesperson or communicator on the pandemic. What do you stand for? Lockdown, complete lockdown, total lockdown, or partial and selective lockdown? What will you recommend to government and through the minister, the appropriate thing, given the experiences in the world?
Thank you very much, Honorable senior colleague. Mr. Chairman, just as I mentioned earlier, the pattern the curve takes, and the curve, I mean the number of cases you are having against the time. If you have a curve that is rising or you have cases that are going up, then you want to either maintain your measures or escalate them. So if you have a partial lockdown, and at the time you had a partial lockdown, let's say you had 400 cases, and now with the partial lockdown, let's say you are getting to 2,000 cases. Obviously, you must be interested in where the cases are coming from, the source of the cases, whether they are imported cases or cases of person-to-person spread. Now, if you look at our situation now, we have 636 cases. But I tell people, those that are adding on, the numbers that are coming, they are not necessarily for us to test them because of the limitation in testing capacity. Although Ghana is one of the highest testing regimes on the continent, only second to South Africa. So some of the positive tests we've seen today were actually samples taken 2 weeks ago or maybe a week ago. So the picture we have now should be a picture of our situation since March 11 that we had our first case, so that we see what is happening. Now, 17 people are fully recovered. 66, I'm told, have had the first negative. They are waiting for their second negative. So you don't only look at the global number you have, which is a 636. You must now take away those who have expired, that's the medical term, those who are dead. You must also take away those who have recovered. So you are adding 66 to 17, 6 not yet, but on their way. They must be negative twice. So if you add 66 to 17, you are talking about 83 or so. That must be taken out of the current figure. Now, if the net graph you are having, when you subtract recovered cases from cases that are adding on, if the net graph is a graph that is not at the top but is dipping, then either you stick to your measures or you try to roll out a comeback to normal. But if the net graph you are getting, when you subtract recoveries from the numbers you are getting, is still a curve which is pointing upwards, then you don't want to hurry, be hasty in saying that you want to go back to life, normal life. You want to keep your measures or escalate them. And that is what I have to say. So everything will be driven by the science of it, like His Excellency the President mentioned, and not any other thing. Thank you.
Yes, Chairman, in your answer, you talked about the graph, but in explaining this to Ghanaians, the graph is not here for us to see it. But more importantly, if you have a partial lockdown, and as you said, there is a delay in the results coming out, you know why it is so. It's because testing centers are not many. From the communication that you've been given to communicate to Ghanaians, has the situation improved, or we are still depending on KCCR and Noguchi to do the testing?
Thank you very much. So let me say quickly that when this pandemic started, Germany was doing an average of 160,000 tests every month. But quickly, Germany upskilled their capacity, and they are now doing an average of 160,000 tests a week, which is one of the highest in the world. I just mentioned this to make the point that every country, because it's an emergency, would scale up its capacity. And I think Ghana, we've also done the same. We have handled the samples. I know that there's some of our gene expert machines which normally are used for tuberculosis, doing the acid the acid tests, the AFBs for tuberculosis, are being roped in. They can be configured to help do some of these tests that Noguchi is doing. So the country is quickly trying to add on capacity. And I'm happy to say that so far we've done close to 50,000 plus tests, about 50,517 samples tests have been done. And if you look at Nigeria, whose population is about 5 times Ghana, ideally they should also be doing 5 times this figure. But they are actually behind us. Yes, they've done just about 5,000. Only South Africa is actually ahead of us. And even with South Africa, they are ahead only when you look at their absolute numbers. If you compare their testing to their population as a ratio, we have a smaller population compared to SC. So we are actually doing either the same as South Africa or more than South Africa. But like I said, you should always look at ways to increase the capacity for testing so that you don't have samples waiting for a week or for days before you get the test. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, the nominee has indicated to us about all has been done. The President has found it urgent to add you to the team. We already have the Minister, his deputies until recently, then advisor to the President. Then the President also wisely appointed a coordinator for this whole program, who used to be the Deputy Director General of the World Health Organization. But from all indications, you hardly hear from him or about him. What do you think your addition to the ministry will bring?
Thank you very much. Let me be quick to recognize the hard work and professionalism of most or almost all the people who are helping the health minister and working for the government to deal with this COVID situation. The gentleman with the ultimate responsibility for our health matters is the health minister. And as a deputy, I mean, if by your kind assessment, if I'm approved, I'm supposed to be working closely with the minister and share my opinion or thinking with him as the boss. Now, I had conversation with the minister, and some of the things I asked had to do with the various platforms we have, all in an attempt to win this war. So you have an interministerial committee platform with the president himself as the chair. There are subcommittees of that interministerial. You have the social and welfare branch. You have other committees looking at case management and all that. There's also an emergency operations committee, an expanded one, with people at the Ghana Health Service together with teaching hospitals. So there are many platforms all trying to win the war. What I would support the minister with is to look at what is happening with all these platforms where there's a lot of competency and capacity at the table, do some harmonization, and whisper to my boss some of the things we can or he can do to make sure that there's serious efficiency in terms of harnessing all the output from these platforms. And I believe that that will help us. And the communication is also important. Obviously, it's going to be with his permission. I realized when I was doing the risk communication that sometimes I talk to people who are keen in the fight, some on case management committee, some on the emergency response. Sometimes I encourage them to speak so that Ghanaians would appreciate what is happening. But you realize that some of them are not, or they prefer to be not to speak. So I would also support with the sampling what they come out with and making sure that Ghanaians understand and appreciate what is happening. I thank you very much.
There is the top.
You have had a bite of three.
Oh, this is a follow-up actually. It's a follow-up, Chairman. No, we are entitled to 3 questions, but mine was follow-up. So don't worry about it. The communication team, you mentioned several people. The president is chairing one committee. Sometimes we hear it's the vice president who is chairing the committee. So now, this is, it's not speculation, it is in the news. So what I want to know, and what is worrying Ghanaians, is there are too many talkers, too many discussions, and any directive that the president issues gets lost in the confusion of many people who speak. What will you advise your minister to do about this too many speaking and
the
confusion?
question is not allowed. Thank you. Honorable Minister, I wanted to follow up, but I asked him to hold on. So to do that, I'll come to you, yes.
So, Mr. Chairman, even if you permit me, I'll just finish off. Yes. But this follow-up has gotten to do with technology. And you dwell solely on e-hospital, as it were, where you use the power of technology to get record straight. What about the serious issues of gadgets? That you have world-class laboratory setups to aid diagnosis and the rest of them. And what do you think our investment level should be in this area?
I thank you, Honourable Minister. Mr. Chairman, there are many branches of technology that come to bear on the practice of medicine. I mentioned one, but I agree with the Honourable Minister. There are sophisticated modern gadgets that allow quick diagnosis, that allow real-time diagnosis. I think all these are things that also require some capital investments, and as a country, if we consider them, it will greatly help us. I thank you.
A substantive question, with the permission of the chairman. I want to see your interpersonal skills. If you pay regard to Article 79(1) of the Constitution, it provides, the chairman, with the permission, I'd like to read. The President may, in consultation with the Minister of State and with the prior approval of Parliament, appoint 1 or 2 more deputy ministers to assist the minister in the performance of his functions. You've gotten to the ministry. 2 months down the line, they've not even given you 1 file to work on. And you are getting frustrated. Do you engage the minister, or you go behind him and report to your command appointer, the president?
Honorable, this is speculative. Although I suggest that you make a substantive case, but for now, he hasn't experienced any such thing.
Let me just rephrase for purposes of his dealings. Where your expertise is not respected by your superior, be it in the hospital setup or where you are about to go, the ministerial setup. And sometimes you think even your superior is wrong by reason of what you know. And because of the fact that he's wrong, the system is hurting. How do you confront such a situation?
I thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Member, let's say fortunately for me, I know that ultimate responsibility in terms of output is credited to my minister, or it's on the minister. So even if what I have in mind is not on board, I know that the outcome is borne by my boss, and that is why I will not be upset if my thought is not factored in the action. I know I'm assisting and not in charge here. I thank you.
My second question. You know, President Kufuor's major intervention in our health delivery system was a national health insurance scheme. And you appreciate the very importance of national health insurance in health delivery. Now, several years down the line, if you have any observations, what is the challenge of our national health insurance, and what solutions would you want to proffer to address those problems? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I think there were two main challenges that I appreciated. The first one had to do with the struggle that our fellow Ghanaians go through when they want to access a card. I remember in Kibi, you have a lot of people coming to queue at dawn just to renew their cards. And I'm happy that technology brought the answer. Now on your phone, you are able to dial *929# and you are able to renew your card. So that has kept numbers down away from the district centers. And then the second one has to do with the funding gaps, where the budget of the health insurance, what they allocated, actually is less than what they want to spend. And every year we add on as a funding gap. I think I stand to be corrected, but my chairman, the chairman of the health committee is here. He has a lot of interest in the health insurance. He, on his last contribution on the floor, made us appreciate the fact that the funding gap issue has been significantly dealt with. The only issue now has to do with the timely disbursements from the consolidated fund to the NHI fund so that they can go ahead and disperse their funds. So these are some of we've had an improvement on the waiting at the district. We are still working on the disbursements. I thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. My final question. Dr. Okoe-Boye, the Chebi Government Hospital still celebrates you as a very hard-working man. Now I don't have any doubt in my mind that you are going to do some good work. What is the ideal doctor-patient ratio? And how does it play out in Ghana? And how is it very significant in relation to health delivery?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Because this is a House of Records, I wouldn't like to state an approximate or specific number. But all I can say is that we had a ratio that was not too pleasant in the last, I would even say 20 years. The most significant thing I would mention today is that we've added on to the number of medical schools in the country. So now there are at least 2 private medical schools which I know of, which came up in the last decade. The Family Health Medical School in my constituency. There is one also, I think, in Tema. We've also added on the Cape Coast Teaching Hospital, University of Health and Allied Sciences in the Volta region. UDS had to send their students to KNUST, but now they are also on their own, and there are plans to add on others. Because of all this, our ratio has become quite healthy. The exact numbers, I would try and get them, but I know that we can improve upon the numbers. Thank you very much.
Nilante before I.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. And let me take the opportunity also to congratulate my brother. I just hope that after the partial lockdown, we shall still have time to play our football. First, let me ask, since you're a member of the government communication team, what has been the communication strategy of government in the whole fight against the pandemic?
All the platforms that work towards this COVID situation channel their official communication through the Ministry of Information. In fact, my brother, Honorable Minister for Information, Kojo Ponkruma, is our leader, and when we get all the relevant information, is to communicate official numbers, not envisaged numbers or suspected numbers. And that is what to the numbers that we have. And not only state the numbers and go to sleep, but interpret the numbers. What does it mean if you are getting your cases from, let's say, 230 or 300 to 400? And I believe so far we've done our best to let Ghanaians understand in basic terms why social distancing is important, in basic terms why they should wash their hands. And I met a gentleman in my constituency who told me in clear terms that, Doc, I'm washing my hands, I have my sanitizer by my hand, and make sure you don't get close to me. So largely, a lot of people appreciate what is happening. We can still do more so that everybody comes on board. I thank you.
To my second question, I'm happy you mentioned your constituency. Would you say that government's communication as far as this COVID is concerned has not yielded as a result? The reason why you go to places like Teshin, Choco, and the rest, you still see people at the beach because we are not speaking to them in the language they will understand.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I can say that since this COVID phenomenon started, I have been on Ghana media, like I've been to Ghana media houses. One of the very popular, the two popular ones are Obunu FM, Obunu TV, and Latino. And only yesterday was Tuesday, I was on Latino FM, listened to by our brothers from Gamashi to Pram, and I spoke a lot on the COVID, why we should observe social distancing. They called in and appreciated what I said. In fact, that was the third time I'd gone there, because I know that English alone is not enough to get everybody on board. What I can say is that human nature, there are a few people who would usually want to test your measures. So if you say they shouldn't go out, they will maybe try and get close to the beach and see whether somebody will tell them to get back. And I'm happy to say the day after the beach presence was publicized, none of them ventured to go there because they had received information that the law will be applied, and all of them complied. So our people, sometimes they test you, and if you know them, you tell them that it's not worth testing because something might happen. And I'm happy to say that they are largely compliant.
Finally, let me ask, you know the role that the information services department plays in such a situation. In your assessment, how effective in terms of operations, logistics, that you've utilized the Information Services Department.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I know that the ISD is one of the agencies under the Ministry of Information. In some of our meetings with our minister, the Minister for Information, it became clear that the capacity, the number of vehicles the ISD had was not too adequate. So luckily, the Ghana Education Service has volunteered some of their vehicles, even the Planting for Food and Jobs program. Most agencies in other ministries that have pickups, operational vehicles, have been roped in. And so the activity is still on to get them fully utilized. And they are doing, that job is going on. So they are being supported to get the job done. Thank you.
Nilante, no. Yes, I'll come to you later, please.
Mr. Chairman, I thank you so much. I want to congratulate my brother, my friend, for his hard work. Mr. Speaker, when you look, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, the compassion, the enthusiasm, the drive, and sometimes the sacrifices of Honorable Dr. Okoe-Boye in the discharge of his duty is highly commendable, and I'm therefore not surprised that His Excellency the President has elevated him from his appointment as a board chairman to a Deputy Minister of Health. To borrow the question of my big brother, Nilante, I want to bring your mind back again, because the health workers are doing their best. The security agencies are sacrificing in the scorching sun, in the night, making sure that our people are complying to these protocols. And sometimes our people are too stubborn. To find out from you, what do you think you can do to assist your minister and the team there in the enforcement of this social distancing? Back in Tema, I sometimes have to go on the ground to talk to our people, because they are making work difficult for the security. What do you think is the best strategy that we can apply? Constant talking, engaging. What do you think we can still continue to do? Because we are trying to fight this pandemic, but we are having this so tight on our hands, making it extra difficult for the frontline staff and the security agencies to work effectively. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, when some of the officers, police officers, engaged some people in Choco who were defying or flouting the rules, I had an interview where Bukumbambu, one popular gentleman, a boxer, claimed that he had not been engaged to talk to the youth. And the point I want to make is that sometimes the relationship that a messenger has with the people has a way also of making people comply. So maybe we can engage. Yes, he claimed he doesn't believe because he has not been educated yet. And that in itself is an admission of a problem, that you must get some of their heroes educated so that once they are on board, their people follow naturally. And so I know we are in an era of social distancing. We should not have large gatherings. So it might not be possible to get chiefs and family heads to come and sit, but we can call them. We can use radio. I think radio is powerful. People are listening to radio. Who is speaking to the basic measures? When he's talking on radio, that keep a distance, wash your hands. This is how we are all saving our lives. Naturally, people will comply. So we should identify messengers who have a link to the people we are targeting, and we'll get results. I thank you.
You said you had a follow-up. Just a follow-up.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. On the same point, having done all the public education, and quite a lot of it has been done, many of them would not claim they don't know what is happening, and yet people, residents along the coastal communities and in some of our inner cities are flouting the stay-at-home and lockdown restrictions. Many opinion leaders have also been involved. Now, some of them, including the Bukom Bank, you cite, has been heard saying just this Monday that the people of Bukom do not believe that any such disease exists. Now, would you advise that we impose a curfew to enforce compliance with the stay-at-home rules?
Honorable Minister, may I ask, is it possible to give some of those who don't believe a shock therapy? Let them be infected and then they can then come and tell their story.
Maybe more stringent measures need to be adopted. That's why I'm asking whether considering the imposition of a curfew may enhance or enforce compliance.
I was actually speaking to him.
Mr. Chairman, I spoke to one senior guard person in this country. I already mentioned his name, but he is very supportive of a lot of the coastal fisher folks. And he told me something that I have actually put in my pocket, which has helped me a lot. That when you meet a garman who is resistant to good advice, don't make the mistake of thinking he doesn't like you or he's trying to be stubborn. Maybe you have to have a chat with him. There are some small issues you must deal with. Sometimes there are people who feel that if you take an action without first mentioning to them, it means you've not recognized them. So they would resist your activities so that should you fail, you know that they matter. So you'll be surprised that this gentleman, a 1-minute chat with, in quotes, someone who is relevant or who is in a position, he will be the most powerful advocate for social distancing. As for the curfew, the powers of the state allows us, but I believe we should explore some of these things, and the results will be fantastic. They will yield. Yeah.
Samzahi, before we come to Majority.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as part of the measures to ensure that people respect the partial lockdown in the affected areas, the President, in his last broadcast to the nation, has that those vulnerable in society must be helped by way of providing food assistance. But when the program started, we've seen a lot of challenges in distributing those cooked food to beneficiaries. It actually violates the social distancing rule, because you will see a group of, say, 100 people competing for their share of the cooked food. My question to the Honorable nominee is, don't you think it's better for the government to rather supply raw food stuff, such as raw rice, to beneficiaries, instead of cooking food and people assembling, crowding themselves to get their share?
I thank you very much. So the strategy of this country has been to handle this COVID situation with a 5-pronged approach. where the first one had to do with limiting the importation of the virus. The second one is to contain community spread. The third one, providing adequate care. And the fourth one, which I believe you are speaking to, has to do with providing some social and economic cover for those who will be adversely affected. Now, I must say that the government has applied various ways of doing this. There is dry food going out there together with cooked food. And I'm happy to say that myself, I was privileged to be invited when a donation was made to Action Chapel to distribute food, canned fish, oil to vulnerable people in that catchment area along the Spintex. I was there with the Honorable Minister for Communications. So that one is being done, but I believe you agree with me that we have vulnerable people who might not even have the infrastructure or the facilities to put the food together. There are people who buy food daily from outside. They don't have, if you are not careful, when you give them rice and oil, they will ask for LPG gas and a cylinder so they can put the food together. There are folks like that. There are people like that. And that is why this cooked food strategy also came in. I admit, every program that you implement can or would have some challenges. And if once we observe that social distancing is not being observed, I think any suggestion on how to do it in a way that complies with social distancing should be tolerated and not resisted. So I tell people, let's find nice ways to do that. Let's remember that the one who goes with cooked food actually has the intent of saving lives. He wants people to be alive. And we don't want a situation where when COVID is done, there will be more deaths related to hunger, hypoglycemia, than the virus itself. Yes, there are people who go into hypo. When their sugar levels go down, it can kill you from hunger. And so you want to save a lot of lives. And so the intent is noble. But if the process can bring issues, we should take a look at the process. And I believe we can do better in some areas. There are some areas where they've observed social distancing. I think the police and others helped. We can replicate that across. Yes, I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we are trying to prevent and contain the COVID-19. And it seems to me that our focus is mainly in Accra, Kumasi, Tema, and Kasua areas. I don't see much being done in the areas that have not been affected. There are a lot of about 6 new regions without regional hospitals. The old regions, they have regional hospitals, so you can agree that they are ready if they should encounter any of the virus. But the new regions, like the Western North region, who doesn't have a regional hospital, what do you think government should do specifically to ensure that we'll be ready to provide healthcare to such people? Because it will be difficult for them to be sent to, say, Kumasi, for instance, from Sevier also. What do you think we should do specifically for newly created regions so that they can help to contain the virus?
Thank you very much, Honorable colleague. Mr. Chairman, a prison metro area in Greater Accra and Kasua. The reason was that some of the imported cases, or majority of to other areas that, let's say, we have not recorded cases. And I actually stated that in as much as the president said there should be some form of partial lockdown in these areas, wherever you find yourself in the country, you shouldn't go like, I can do whatever I like, because some form of limitation in your activity would also reduce your risk, because you never know. Only one person might have been in your area, but tracing would have found the person to be, let's say, positive. So I heard someone say we now have a case in the Volta region and all that. But I told the person, it doesn't mean it was yesterday that we had a case. The sample was taken, let's say, a week ago. But the good thing is that anyone whose sample is taken is told to either quarantine on his own or is assisted to be quarantined to prevent community spread. So all I'm saying is that wherever you find yourself in a country, some places have been mentioned because they have elevated risk. But early limitation in your movements would help you, because you never know where you encounter someone. About a regional hospital, I'm happy to say every region, all the 16 regions, a place has been identified for treatment. So luckily, you don't necessarily need to treat people unless you're a regional hospital. We know there are 1 or 2 gadgets that are important in managing complications from COVID. And one that has become very popular, which a lot of people know about, is the ventilator. Luckily, there are modern ventilators which you can move to a specified wing of, let's say, a district hospital. So that if you have a case that is severe, you can take care of that person. So, honorable member, you can take care of cases at the treatment center, and every region, as we speak, has been identified. They have an identified treatment center. It might not be a regional facility, but it will be a facility either at the district level, a health center, or even at the chief's level. Most important is you have beds, you have someone who is trained to handle the patient, and you have a gadget to assist in terms of complication or severity. I thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the Honorable nominee on 30th March 2020 is quoted to have said that, to quote, "It would take a miracle for Ghana not to exceed 600 coronavirus cases," unquote. Is it because you didn't believe in the programs by the government, or why did you, or you were prophets and you were prophesying what was going to happen? Is it because you didn't believe in the program laid down by the government, or why? Why did you say that?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. There is a branch of study in public health, they refer to as epidemiology, which looks at disease patterns and the factors accounting for the pattern. And so once we had over 150 cases being imported into this country, what I said was that I compared, I tried to make people understand by saying Apollo is actually called viral conjunctivitis. So Apollo is a virus. So imagine how Apollo spreads in one house. So the point I made was that the mere fact that you have 150 cases which have come into your country, your measures are supposed largely to stop community spread, to limit it to the barest minimum, and even community and family spread. But there are some spreads or transmissions you really cannot stop. So I did a modeling and said, with the best measure compared to the best in the world, should Ghana do under 1,000 with my knowledge, that would have been a job well done. So I mentioned that as for the graph, people should psych, and I wanted to psych people so that they know that your measures are not to ensure zero transmission. COVID has a transmission rate of 1.6 to 2.0. What it means is that if you have 150 cases, you have to multiply by 2, and multiply again by 2, and multiply again by 2. And that is why Switzerland in 1 month, they had their first case just around when we had our case, I think somewhere on the 9th or 10th of March. They are doing 25,000 cases as we speak, more than 25,000. Germany had their first case somewhere middle of January. They are doing over 40,000. Italy is doing hundreds of thousands. Now, we should not make the mistake of thinking that they have broken down prevention measures. But you judge a country not by the number of cases they have, but by the number of cases they could have had without any intervention. So if Ghana had not done any social distancing, we had not done any closure of our borders, if we had not done the community awareness, And these cases we trapped under mandatory quarantine, these cases we are actively fetching who are not yet ill. If we are not done all this, by the modeling, we should have been doing minimum 10 to 15,000 by now. So you should not be complacent, but you should not also become despondent because your figures are going up. Your measures will limit transmission to the barest minimum, but there is a level of unavoidable transmission that you cannot take out. That's why I mentioned those figures. Thank you.
Honourable Minister for Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, let me congratulate Dr. Bernard Okoe-Boye, the nominee. He's one of the few ministers or deputy minister nominees that the president will put in his communication the need to expedite action on his the process of approval for him to join up, to take up a fight. I've also been very, very well. But I still want to get from him a question that would always come to every nominee: what do you bring on board? Honorable Bernard Okoe-Boye, you are going to assist your minister. At the personal level, at the professional level, and of course at the political level, what are you going to bring on board to assist him? Educate me.
I thank you very much. My minister works with directors. In this COVID situation, is working with coordinators who have been appointed by the president. He's supposed to be taking a look at reports from all different platforms and make decisions or give definite advice to the president. My appreciation of my experience with disease patterns, my experience with working in the Ghana setup in terms of service delivery, having worked, even my recent experience also with Kolebu, what I'm going to do is to also take a look at the things that are coming before him and make him share my thoughts with him, whether the recommendations that are coming should be swallowed wholly or maybe should be swallowed in part and all that. So more or less, it's going to be an assistance role where I respect the competence of all other people, but with my background, I'll be in the position to tell him the claim or the prospects of a recommendation are really what is being mentioned by whichever officer is speaking to the minister. And these are things that I will not necessarily be doing openly. It's a boss assistant relationship, and that is what I bring on board. I say this because I'll give one classical example. If you get numbers of positive cases and the number is given to you in a raw form, if you don't get some discussion, you don't get some support in terms of what it means, you might follow the recommendations and take an action which might not necessarily be warranted should you have had a discussion. So I am not going to teach the minister what to do. I only want to share my thoughts based on my experience and my background. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'll leave him at that. Stigma. Mr. Chairman, the biggest threat to this new disease called COVID-19 is stigma. Mr. Chairman, yes, there are deaths. 8 out of 636 people have died. As he rightly said, 17 have recovered fully. We expect by today, when another 66 were to take up their second test, they will be negative again. And so you have 83 recovering fully by the close of today, hopefully. Mr. Chairman, CSM has killed more and continues to kill more than COVID. But you have young men and women across the entire nation rejecting their facilities within their area to be isolation centers just because of stigma and the fear of this COVID disease. You have people being stigmatized, families being stigmatized because of this COVID, the fear of the COVID disease. Like I said before, just the last 3 months, CSM has killed almost 4 or 5 times than what COVID. And other diseases have actually killed 10 times more than COVID. So I want to find out from the nominee. In Ghana, yes, it is a bad disease, but it's not as ugly, and it will not be as ugly as other what we are seeing within the West with what we are currently doing. And I hope that it continues like that. What will you do, having this opportunity on being live on TV, people are listening to you? What advice will you give the people of Ghana to be able to combat stigmatization of this COVID-19 disease?
I thank you very much. And forgive me to use the phrase, some people say the devil you know is better than the angel you don't know. It's true that if you look at the fatality or mortality rate for COVID-19, we are talking about average 4-5% in the developed world and about 1.24 or 1.4% in Africa. So it means if 100 people get COVID in the developed world, let's say you might lose 5 of them. In Africa, you can lose 1. So the point I want to make is that its mortality rate is actually lower than a lot of other conditions. But the reason why people are scared is that it's a new, in quote, it's a new release. In the scientific community, it's the first time the virus has been isolated. And that in itself gives it some notoriety. Now, for stigma, I think it's education is the best thing that takes it out, where we continuously tell people how it comes about. I was having a chat with someone, I said, this is not a disease of vice. In quote, there are some conditions you get because, in quote, maybe you had engaged in something which amounted to a vice. So someone will say, okay, I don't want to get near you, you deserve it. But this, anybody can pick it. It's like a flu. So once we do the education, it helps. Going forward, there is one tool which is very potent in dealing with stigma. Because people don't know what COVID-19 is like. If they hear it, they want to stay far away. Some of our recovered people, we have to find ways to encourage them to start having one-on-one discussions, doing some TV interviews. Our sister Gifty Auntie, when she was mandatorily quarantined, she tested negative twice. After having a discussion with a senior journalist, a lot of people appreciated how it felt like to be tested, being in mandatory quarantine, and it came real to home. Until we get those people, everything I say or you say to them is imaginary. So they want to see in real physical terms a COVID patient who has recovered. So the person tells them, I am the one. I am he who was positive. Here I am negative. And they go like, oh, so this thing is not a big deal at all. So that is one of the very potent tools we have to use. And if we speak to those who are positive, they should help the country to come up. And once that happens, a lot of the stigma will start going away.
Mr. Chairman, the last question. The president has put in some steps, closing the borders, quarantining people, especially the last on the 14th and 15th of March. We would have been having 105 people being unleashed into the system that were not done. As you stated, putting some restrictions across the country, not just Accra and Kumasi, and then having some more restrictions for Accra and Kumasi in particular, including Kaswa. I want to find out from you, going forward, for both the countries, the areas that have been, I'll use the word lockdown, though I don't like that word. I want to use the word that there was some restrictions on Accra and Kumasi, not lockdown in particular. I want to find out from you going forward, and for the whole country, what new steps do you believe will help and work that you think that we haven't yet put in place that we should be thinking of putting in place?
Yeah, I thank you very much. Let me say, Mr. Chairman, largely, most of the measures we've put in place, if not all of them, have helped us to have these numbers that, forgive me to say, are encouraging compared to others or elsewhere. Going forward, like I mentioned earlier, it is the numbers we get as adding to the current figure of 636 minus those that are recovering that would actually tell us whether we stay at where we are with the measures on restricted movement or we escalate it. You don't want to escalate it because another country is escalating. It is your situation, it must be local. Your situation must warrant your action. And let's say if in Eastern region, let's say they had no case, now they have 20 cases. The next question is, are the 20 cases scattered across the Eastern region or were found in one compound? If you want to take a decision on the 20 cases, if the 20, you had 5 in Chebi, 5 in Asamankasi, 5 in Koforidua, and 5 elsewhere, being scattered might warrant a restricted movement because it's scattered. If they are all in one compound, you might say that because it's contained, you don't need to shut the whole region down. So every action will be based strictly not only on the numbers, but where the numbers are located and the risk that comes with the allocation. And so I don't want to preempt some of the actions that can be taken, but I think so far every escalation has been connected to an occurrence, and that is the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you. No, before you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Congratulations on your nomination. I have been following your progress as chair of Kolebu, and you and I have had several discussions about the measures that you've been putting in place, trying to improve the situation at Kolebu. My initial question was going to focus on stigmatization, but it has been asked by the Minister for Defense. And if Chairman will permit, how soon, as a follow-up on the Defense Minister's point on stigmatization, how soon will you deploy the disclosure of the identity of cases as a way of dispelling the myth and fear around coronavirus? Because it's, as indicated by the Defense Minister, it's not a disease of vice. By you, actually, it's not a disease of vice. Touch wood, and I don't pray that that happens, I could just get an infection because I touched this table. Something as simple as that I came and sat here, that was all. That I sat here in response to a national call could be the source of my getting infected. So what is it about publicizing that? Oh yeah, I got up this morning, I was coughing, I went to the hospital, they tested me, and they found me positive for coronavirus. One, it makes contact tracing easy because all of you who are in this room will own up and say, well, I was in the same room with Mahama, this morning. No, but it will help. But it will help with those of you, because it's not possible that if you took me into a room and say, give me a list of all the people that you have contacted with or come close to, I may not notice the man standing behind me with the camera. I may not notice half of the people who were around me. But the people around me may have noticed that they were in the same room with me. And so it helps with contact tracing. And also it helps with people just taking precaution. Because the problem we have now is getting people to own up.
Honorable, kindly have your question.
Yes. So when will you, in my opinion, as a communication strategy, I don't think it's for nothing that the British disclosed that what's his name? Boris Johnson was positive, the media was on him, and etc. And all those high-profile cases. In some situations, as a communication strategy, it could just be to dispel the fear. So when will you, as a communication strategy, start doing that as a major tool in fighting the coronavirus?
Yes, thank you very much. So when we were checking the temperature of people coming into Ghana, UK was relying on the manifest of flights to see whether anybody was a risk or not. They wouldn't check you, let you fill forms. But it educates you that when you get home and you're having symptoms, call the special number. The point I want to make is that they chose that route because the architecture of their society is such that majority of their people, if not all, appreciate the dynamics of reading and writing and all those things. So we chose checking and stopping you, and then later escalated to mandatory quarantine. The point is that they can afford, based on the societal makeup, to, let's say, have a minister's result declared and all that. Now, what I would say here is that we have gold standards for medical practice, be it public health or be it curative medicine or preventive medicine. In public health, it is not necessarily a gold standard that if you test somebody for a particular disease, you should necessarily put their details out there. I say it's not a gold standard. Well, if it were to be a gold standard, then I would encourage Ghana to do same. But the opposite is that people are encouraged to disclose their identity so as to help bring down anxiety in the society. And even in Europe or America, it's not all the positive cases that voluntarily allow or come up to say, I was positive. So that's why I said we have to encourage those here. And it comes in a lot of forms. You must speak to them, do some therapy. Some will ask you, how do I handle my family? Once you assist them to know how to manage the post-interview period, they will be willing. So, in fact, even malaria, if I'm doing a report in the hospital about our cases, I'm not supposed to say, Honorable Mama Yariga came with malaria. Normally, even with malaria, we say maybe MA. Patient MA visited us at such a time and was treated for malaria. We mention your condition, but not you, the person. But if you decide to be a malaria ambassador, then we will gladly take you so that you let the world know that malaria is real. Keep your society clean, but should you get it, you can be saved. I'm a malaria. Mandela was a TB patient. He does advocacy that you can recover from tuberculosis and still live long and live a normal life. So we have to encourage the positive cases who have recovered. You can imagine the optics. We also have to work on ourselves. There are people who would even refuse to sit with a positive person. But if I am having a breakfast with a recovered person, people will say, but doctor met him and he's cool. So we have to work on them to support us. It cannot be compulsory. You can't do that. You must convince them to come out. Yes.
There are two issues involved here. There's the medical issue of people getting infected, being treated, and etc. Then there is the bigger issue of organizing society in such a way that we prevent people from getting infected deploying methods like lockdown and etc. And you said that if we don't handle that well, more people could actually die of hunger than we will save from COVID. And so we allocated 280 million Ghana cedis in the lockdown zone to prevent people from dying of hunger. And there are 47 constituencies in the lockdown zone. By my rough calculation, if we were to divide this money equally or fairly equally, every constituency will get 5.9 million Ghana cedis to feed them. We allocated 200 for utilities, water, and etc. for people in the lockdown area. And then we allocated 40. The 40 is for first part of it is distribution of food, and then this other 40 is for buying food to also be distributed. The figures are there, yes. Oh, Parliament approved the money. Parliament approved the money. Yes, Parliament approved the money.
Honourable members, please. Honourable member, continue with your question, please.
Okay. Corrected. On the average, my analysis is that every constituency should get at least, when it comes to food distribution in the lockdown areas, we're looking at an average of 1.2, 1.3 million. It's still correct, please. I want to hear from the Deputy Minister nominee. 47 constituencies. 80 million. It's 80 million. It's 40 plus 40. The first 40 is money that buffer stock is supposed to buy food for distribution. It's 40 plus 40. That's 80 million. 40, the one that we're allocating to buffer stock to buy food for distribution. Then another 40 that is immediately available for distribution of cooked food. So that is 80 million.
Chairman, those figures are wrong.
Chairman, we allocated the
wrong
in this
parliament. The figures are wrong.
Chairman. Yes, Chairman. This parliament allocated 40 million to buffer stock to buy food for what? For distribution. Not only lockdown areas. For distribution, 40 million. Then another 40 million has been given for food distribution. That's 80 million. It's 80 million. Go and check the records. No, go and check the records. We approved it in this parliament. Mr. Speaker, all right, I want to find out from the Deputy Minister nominee whether or not he has been briefed on the protocols and procedures for determining who is going to do the food distribution and how the food distribution is going to be done. Are we limited to asking only health-related questions?
Are you briefed about food distribution and who is to?
No, sir. No, sir.
You, as one of the critical measures in this COVID fight that we're involved in, okay, one of the critical measures is providing food for the vulnerable and etc. You are telling this committee that you have received no briefing at all on how the food should be distributed, the protocols and everything. Are you saying that you have not received any briefing, and in your preparation for this vetting, you have no idea how the food is going to be distributed, so that at least the public listening to you will also be educated by you at this vetting?
Honourable Member, Mr. Chairman, I know gender and then local governments are handling the distribution. So I'm not too surprised. Thank you.
Very well, thank you. Honorable Jato.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity. And congratulations, Honorable Okoe-Boye. We're still looking at the curve. When we saw the 636, Ghanaians are alarmed until government came in to say that they are putting in a lot of measures by way of contact tracing to forestall this the spread. Will you shed some little light on it? And also, now that the disease is spread throughout the entire country, will you consider the drone services to transport blood samples immediately to the various centers to support the testing, the test samples? Yeah.
Thank you very much. So we started our management or regime for the COVID by testing those who were high risk and those who had more or less symptoms. And then we moved on to the enhanced testing, which is actually going strongly after those we suspect have traveled into the country before the lockdown and those who have come into contact. This measure of going after people instead of waiting for them to report that they are positive is responsible for some of the numbers that we are seeing. And forgive me, instead of being rather sad about the numbers, you should rather be encouraged that these are not people who came to the hospital sick or morbid, but you went to fetch them. Getting them early means that their risk of spreading it is low. And getting them early will allow you to put them on some medications or treatment that will prevent them from being severely ill. You have to forgive me, but there are some who will be captured in the COVID data only for statistical reasons. That once upon a time, they were positive for COVID and recovered. What you are interested in as a country is preventing their spread to others and not losing lives. So it is that percentage of 2 or 3% that can be severe from your numbers that you are preparing for at your emergency and ICUs. And the more you can keep transmission to the lowest possible number, the more that percentage of 2-3% is a small figure to deal with. So assuming you even reach 1,000, 1 to 2% would be, we're talking around, in fact, 10% is 100, 5% is 50. If you have across Ghana 30 people to deal with at your emergencies, you will not have the Italy situation. So these numbers should be looked at from that aspect, that we are a country that is aggressively going to look for people and test them. And Nigeria's number is less than Ghana's number, but it tested less than 7,000 people. What it means is that their graph is an imaginary curve. It is far from reality. In fact, almost every country has an imaginary curve, but some, their curve is close to reality than others. And the country with the closest to reality is supposed to be Germany and others like the US, who are doing a lot of aggressive tests. We are number 2 in Africa. We must be encouraged by our efforts, but we still can overtake South Africa if we want to. But that is how we should look at this picture. And I always tell people, you are judged not by the absolute numbers you have now, but what you could have had in the absence of measures. And so, and the good news is that not even one person is on a ventilator the last time I checked. It is 2 who are moderately ill. About 200 plus are asymptomatic. Asymptomatic means they are positive for COVID, but they are not coughing, they are not sneezing, they are like yourself and myself, but we've asked them to be quarantined. The drone, Mr. Chairman, the drone was introduced not only for blood, but for supply of all essential medicines. And whatever we are giving to positive people who are positive are essential for our definition in these times. And if a drone is what it takes, we'll use the drone to deliver it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My second question has to do with the correlation between preventive care and then curative. That's how come His Excellency is actually championing cleaning Ghana and making Ghana clean. Will you, after assumption to office, support the work of the Environmental Health Service Division to be able to pursue aggressively the curative, the preventive aspects of healthcare?
Yes, I will.
Thank you very much. That's what I want. Now, about admissions into our medical schools. Most students are able to get aggregate 8, aggregate 7, and they are unable to get admission into the schools. I know you are a deputy minister. You will be a deputy minister after the House confirming you. Will you support the expansion of our medical schools so that at least we'll get a lot of doctors coming out to be exported, so to speak, to give some income to the country?
Will you or will you not?
I will.
Yes, Bobo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, congratulations.
Thank you.
My first question has to do with the issue of pets or animals in general. We are told that pets or animals in general can also have coronavirus, and they can transfer it to human beings as well. Can you share with the committee the role being played by the Veterinary Services Department in the fight against COVID-19 in Ghana here?
I thank you. Mr. Chairman, I made reference to some letters way back in January, some of the national coordinating committees that were formed. I'm glad to say that the veterinary services were captured together with other agencies, so they are involved.
Then, in your response to one of the questions posed by a colleague here, you emphasize on the need for availability of hospital beds in this critical period. But you recall that not long ago, the issue of hospital beds became topical in Ghana. We were told that in Accra, we had 3,400 hospital beds, serving a population of around 5 million. So what is the hospital bed population ratio now? And how do you propose to deal with this situation if you are given the nod?
I thank you. Because of the background you gave, let me quickly say that when we had the issue with no bed syndrome, it really didn't mean that all the beds had been occupied. Most of the time, you had a situation where sick people were all going to one particular place. And then you have the issue of you can't get a bed. So once you improve the referral system and there's coordination, I mean, at the time they will tell you, let's say Lekman Hospital has no bed at the emergency. You have over, let's say, 20 beds on the wards and all that. So the hospital is like a factory. When you're on the belt, you must move. If you get a patient at, let's say, Kolebu emergency, and you are waiting for a CT scan from, let's say, Kaswa, before you can treat the patient, he will be there for 2-3 days. So once we improve our diagnostics, he can quickly be treated and move to the world. And I'm happy to say that, I mean, that has improved this situation of no bed. But as a generic, naturally, anytime you add on beds, once the population is increasing, it's in order. And in Parliament, we've received quite a number of agreements that are going to build hospitals like complete my Honorable Chairman's hospital at the Kwai and other hospitals across the country. So I agree that we have to add globally, once the population is increasing, adding beds is important. I thank you.
I asked about the World Health Organization's recommended standard of 5 beds to a population of 1,000. And I wanted you to relate to the Ghanaian situation as to the ratio as we have now. Are we meeting the standard? Where are we?
Thank you. All I can say is that we are working towards that ratio. Government over the years has been adding up the bed capacity. So this is a country that is working towards that ratio, and I'm sure we'll get there. Thank you.
Majority, could you, yes.
Thank you, Speaker. My question to the nominee, Chairman, relates to just the word fake when it comes to delivery of medical services in the country, from fake materials to fake personnel and fake medicines. We know the impact on health delivery. When you think you are sanitizing your hand, then you are rather inviting the virus to the hands, because what you use on is rather viral growth enhancer. When you think you wear a nose mask to prevent transmission of the virus, you rather enhance some transmission of it. And then when you think you are getting services from a qualified person, you rather getting a service from this is something that has big impact on health delivery. What are your thoughts on how we can minimize this as you take the position?
I thank you, Honourable Member. Mr. Chairman, as a country, we have legally established bodies that are supposed to assist in maintaining standards. Ghana Standards Authority is there, the Food and Drugs Authority. I got a call from someone who said our face masks that are coming from outside Ghana have been infected with the virus and all that. I mean, those are speculative realms. But what I can say as a way of giving assurance to our people is that the FDA, as part of their processes, go to certify products that have come to this country before they are released for use. In fact, you have to be accompanied with a certificate that shows the standard you have, and they have to confirm those standards here before you release them into the system. So that is what I have to say. In terms of fake doctors and all that, we've had reportage about some people who are arrested and all that. We just have to do a lot of monitoring and then report the cases too. Because for all you know, there's a lot of work being done, but some things, when they don't come out in the public, people assume that there's not much happening. So I share with you that it is monitoring, strict monitoring, that can bring out these miscreants, and we have laws.
Honourable Minister, so the title doctor, the academically acquired doctors, and the medically trained doctors, but the academically acquired, I agree, but there are those who say they are specialists in what nobody can verify. And they are called Dr. Who, Dr. High, Dr. Tabia, those ones. If those people are also practicing, will you call them fake doctors?
Mr. Chairman, there are laid down processes that if you are doing unorthodox medicine, which is not, if you are not doing the one we all do, they are registering, they have regulatory bodies that register them. The Medical and Data Council, by their act, say they regulate doctors as in those of us trained through the traditional system. I have also had occasions to tell them that they have to be interested in those who carry titles like doctor, but are not part of their mandate in code, because they say if you are trained in confirmatory, the traditional, that's when they come to review your work. So it's something we have to look at, because more harm is caused outside the doctors who are trained. That's not to say traditional practitioners are doing harm, no. But I mean, fake people, you can have someone who is pretending to be a doctor in Kolibu. Usually they are not as many as those who are Dr. High, Dr. Days in their own corners. So we must try and find ways to bring their work to review as well. I thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Again. This morning, driving along the road, I could see some people selling these nose and mouth masks in African prints. And I was wondering if the material has enough yarns to really prevent this breathing in of the droplets or transmitting them out. Who is checking? First, the environment in which this production is actually taking place. You could see that these are not coming from properly laid out factories. You can see from the sewing, the threading, that these are being done in somebody's backyard. The risk involved, who is checking that they comply to those standards required to make them acceptable?
Mr. Chairman, in an effort to stick to the last leg of the 5-pronged strategy, which is building local capacity, Ghana, the government has engaged a number of companies to sew some of these materials. Those that will go to the hospitals will go through some form of sterilization before being applied. And let me be quick to say that the face mask that you see a doctor or nurse wear at the OPD is not the same face mask that is worn at the theater. So in basic terms, COVID, the virus can pass through your nasal route, that's your nostrils. Any item you put to cover your nose or mouth would help you reduce the risk to some extent. And all you want to do is to engage in an action that reduces your risk rather than elevate it. It might not be total, like the one in the theater, but at least once you have covered your nostrils, if I have COVID and it's in the air, at least your minister's face mask would hold it. So it's a barrier. And your handkerchief, anything you use, just that you should be regularly cleaning the face mask with either a spray, a biocide, something that kills germs, or you should wash it with soap so that anytime you use, it is healthy, clean. And if you use the same face mask for a week, it might have a lot of microbes, a lot of disease-causing organisms. Maybe you are better off without it. Yes. Minister washes hers every day. Yes.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Let me say congratulations to Honorable Okoe-Boye. I'm really happy for you, and I wish you the very best. Around this table, though, I have heard people commend, including yourself, the President, for the March 21 to 22 lockdown that resulted in some Ghanaians and foreigners who arrived having to be accommodated and fed for a period, quarantined, if that's the word, and later tested, where we got over 1,000 of them, close to 1,000 of them, right, testing positive. Okay. 100, sorry. 1,030 were quarantined and 100, about 100, okay. So I recall that the deputy minister that you'll be taking over from was with me on a TV show. That was before we recorded our first case. And the discussion was around the students in China and the call by some of us in the minority then, especially our ranking for foreign affairs, for them to be airlifted back home. I recall he made the argument against that, citing two reasons: costs and threats. In the argument, if we brought them home, we're going to expose them, expose Ghanaians to any of them who may have had the virus, and that it was also going to be expensive. Now, on hindsight, we didn't bring them home. But eventually, but within that period, we allowed flights to come in from China and other countries. When we finally decided to stop them, those we quarantined had evidence of people who were coming into the country with the virus. Now, when you look at the scenario and the fact that our first cases were all imported, do you think we acted a little too late?
So, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, when the thought of the idea of bringing students from China came up, for me, I will not speak too much the cost issue, but in public health, you don't want to pick people from a zone of high risk and bring them into a zone of low risk. So I also was of the opinion that it was good for them to be quarantined or take good care of themselves there rather than bringing them here. Maybe they might be negative, but the pilot can be positive. And those who clean the plane at Kotoka can bring it to the country. So bottom line is that you want to reduce the risk. It's all about judgment on risk levels. Prior to 21st of March, when we did a mandatory or we closed the borders, prior to that, we were doing the thermometer reading and the filling of forms. It was a way to pick people with elevated risk, so that if you have temperature, even without coughing, you are likely to be set aside. If your forms you feel showed that you have been to China or a place which is an epicenter, you are likely to be picked out. So we had measures that were meant to pick out people with high risk.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but if I could just explain, the part that I want you to address, so that you get it clearer. The point is that if your explanation that you don't lift people from high risk area to low risk area is to be, applied, why then at that point that we knew this and we're applying it to our students, we did not apply it to other people who were coming in from these high-risk areas to this country? And that's where I wonder if our action was belated.
All right. So the point I'm making is that at your borders, you want to limit or stop the importation of the virus. Those actions of filling forms, those actions of, taking temperature and all that, they were actions that were supposed to pick out people with elevated risk. So closing it entirely is a measure, but it's an aggravated measure. And that is why even the European Union, from day one, didn't close their borders to other continents. But at a point, they closed it because they were monitoring the curve. You see, with hindsight, the benefit of hindsight, you can say, oh, why did you close the border in January? Closure of the border also has ramifications. There are things that can happen adversely to people because border has been closed. You can have someone who needs a surgery at cardio. A particular drug that should have been coming in can become scarce. There is an adverse consequence. So that's why it's a weighing of risk, ramifications of decisions and all that. So we should be careful not to. Most countries that have stopped their citizens from traveling didn't do it from day one. And the reason is justified, because each stage you have, as we speak, nobody knows the virus 100%. People know maybe up to 70%, 80%. Any knowledge you have can determine the measure you take. And if we had closed our borders before 21st, this is what would have happened. The manifest shows that about 30,000 people entered this country. This 30,000, maybe you opt for mandatory quarantine. If 10% of 30,000, you pick 10% of 30,000, you are going to have a number that is, I think that's 3,000 is 10%, right? Yes. Now, this, if you look at the 1,030, 10% of their figure came out positive. That's 105 people, 10.2 or so. If you transcribe it to the 30,000 that would have quarantined, you are going to have a positive cases of, let's say, you are just transposing 3,000. This is what we're having. You would have had 3,000 cases all at one place. They have what they refer to as cross-infection. Because of the huge numbers, it would have been a camp that can get out of gear. It would be an incubation hub. So it might be convenient to say, but if we had closed the border some weeks ago, all this would not happen. But the person wouldn't have been looking at the risk that also comes with such a measure at the time you took it. Luckily for us, by 21st, 22nd, global action supported what we did. A lot of countries had reduced flights. They had stopped their citizens from traveling. And so anytime you are dealing with a condition that is global, some actions are possible when everybody is taking it. And so in 2 days, you had just about 1,000. If citizens have not been stopped across the world, you might have 10,000. And you have difficulty in managing the 10,000, you can blow it out in terms of, you can have an incubation hub for the viruses. So it's a global trend. And sometimes you need your allies to help you take decisions. And we've done, it's not too bad a decision. Yes. It's not bad.
All right. I'm just coming from the constituency. In fact, I arrived this morning. And I took time to visit a number of clinics. My constituency, Tamale North constituency. Thank you. I visited a number of clinics. I interacted with many of the health professionals. And I'll take this opportunity because in most cases, they didn't have it. Some will tell you they just have about 5 gloves and maybe some nose masks that they were given, which are finished, about 20 pieces. And clearly, the PPEs are not, especially at the district level. You, until your nomination, I don't know if you still are, the board chairman of Kolebu. Even staff of Kolebu threatened to go on strike because of the lack of PPE. The CEO at the time said they had just 95. That is Kolebu, just 95. So you can imagine the lack of it in other parts of the country. My question is, didn't we have these PPEs in stores? If we did, how many were they? And how many have been sent at least to the district level so far? Have you been given any briefing on this? And if not, if you haven't been given any briefing on it, can you assure me that it will be one of the priorities?
You're entitled to ask one question at a time. Though you've formed in about 6 or so questions.
It's just
kindly focus them so he can.
It's just PP. So I'm asking if you know whether, if you have been briefed, whether these whether we had PP in the stores or not, and how many have been sent to the district so far. PPs. And the assurance that if you haven't been briefed, if you go, it will be your priority. PPs. PPs.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if Kolebu, for example, gloves that we have obviously will not be, let's say, 95, but we have a lot of face masks and all that. These are consumables. Consumables meaning once you use them, you have to throw them away. So we have to constantly do restocking. And for that, every country, including ourselves, we are working on that. I know I had a conversation with the minister, and there are a lot of processes that have been triggered to make sure that we continuously restock, because consumables, some are reusable, like goggles that you can sterilize, like some specialized scraps. But most of them, once you use it, it's gone. And, even New York, forgive me for citing about New York City, few weeks ago, the health department threatened that in 2 weeks, if they don't get restocking, they might have to close down the facility. The point is that most of these things you use, you consume them. Kolebu has about 8,500 nurses. And gloves, you don't wear them from morning to evening. So if each nurse runs a shift and each is using about 2 or 3 pairs of gloves, a day, you are in the thousands, just nurses. You not talk about radiologists and all. So the point is that we must restock and have it in abundance. And we must communicate to staff our level of preparation. And because the Kolebu situation, my engagement with the CEO and management, some of the staff said they didn't really have an idea of some of the things management were committing themselves to support them in their preparedness. So you don't only act, you must also engage. And that must go across the country. And managers of facilities must talk to their staff so that you don't have staff maybe saying things because they've not seen some form of support. The 95 the CEO talked about are actually coveralls. It's a kit. It's a complete one, which you really wear in more or less taking care of a confirmed or a suspicious case. And those ones, they are not in the same numbers as, let's say, your face mask and gloves. Those are the ones you gown when you have a positive case you are dealing with. And the East, most of our treatment centers, you have it in numbers. Sometimes too, you see someone who is working at, let's say, a recovery ward, at a labor ward. You say, doctor, I also need PPEs. Yeah, you need PPEs, but it's not like the 95, which you wear face top down in handling a patient. So we also have to do some engagement with our people to appreciate all these things. I thank you.
Well, your example of a labor reminded me of one of the in-charges that I met yesterday, who told me she had to refer a pregnant woman to the Tamale Teaching Hospital because she was even afraid to be that close to her, because according to her, for if there are other patients, they can take care of them because the contact time is less. But for pregnant people, they say too close. But because she didn't have anything to protect herself, she was afraid. So the point again is, please, when you go, make it a priority. And I think we must also commend those who have the public-spirited individuals who are doing a number of donations to some of these institutions and encourage them. Now, I'm torn, my final question, right? And I'm torn between two that I have here. But I'll deal with education, because I think that is an area that we still need to focus on. Earlier, there were, suggestions to the effect that maybe we should take some draconian, measures for people to appreciate, that the virus is really there. I mean, injecting the virus and all that. I think that that's far-fetched. But you see, knowledge, in my view, and you can disagree with me, Doc, knowledge of the disease is not synonymous with the education that is required for one to be more responsible in protecting himself. I hope you agree with me. You can have the knowledge of the virus. You know that there's some virus. But really, does that amount to the education that is required for you to be, please, I think that you should, he's listening to me and he's getting the point I'm making. So I have thought about, for example, no, when you were nominated, a lot of people commended you for the manner in which you have handled the education. I've thought of a situation where if we didn't have all these private radio stations, we did not have all these television stations. Dr. Okoe-Boye, just if we were living in the era where we had just GBC radio to carry out the education. Can you tell me, so far, even though government have agencies like the ISD, the non-formal education, the NCC and others, can you tell me that apart from the work that these private radio stations are all doing, what will you say has been government's contribution to the education that is required for the people to really understand what we are all up against?
Thank you very much. Like I stated earlier, you have to engage in information that will give the facts. And I think the leadership showed by the president, the updates that we get, I mean, they are broadcasted live on television. I heard you say we can, if we take out television, radio, and no, I'll come. Yes, I'll come to that, because you are dealing with. You know, I said somewhere that the influenza pandemic in 1918 that wiped about a quarter of the world population. It was so because of the setup the world had that time in terms of technology to diagnose, treatment regimes, and their media, how developed radio and TV. Every generation and the advantage you get based on your level of development. Because we are in this era where you can reach people through internet, through the radio and TV, we can't take it away from the management of the situation. So here you are, you find yourself dealing with a condition where people must not come together. If it had been child labor or puberty rights, we will tell people to go to the markets and educate the women. Now, in this situation, the markets are supposed to be more or less closed. If it had been another condition like maternal mortality, reporting early to the hospital, we will engage the queen mothers. But this is a situation that tells you, keep your distance as much as possible. So the whole world is working on a virtual platform. People are doing more of internet conferencing and all that. So the architecture you have in terms of technology, your setting, cannot be taken out of your. If you say, let's assume you take TV out, take radio out, then it would have been in 1918 and half of the world would have gone. The numbers we see now is because of the setting we have, and we must add it to the strategy. By the way, as for attitudes changing in trying to address a disease condition, it is human nature. When people know that they have to avoid some foods to stay healthy in terms of their weight, they tell you it's difficult. The knowledge doesn't translate into change in behavior. There are special models that are used to help people change their behavior. And I agree with you, we can look at these models and see how to make sure that when people acquire knowledge, it translates into change in behavior. But these things are known in public health, that people can get all the knowledge, whether in health, weight management, corona, or anything. And you still have work to do. Yeah.
All right. Congratulations to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations, Dr. Okoe-Boye, for this nomination. My questions will be on the pandemic. The first thing I want to find out from you is what positive lessons which you learned from the health sector regarding this pandemic. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, so the first measures that were adopted by this country to help contain the spread of the virus are really not COVID-specific measures. They are general measures that every practitioner of public health advises when they don't know much about a particular disease. So washing of hands regularly, trying to keep away from persons or a group, and using sanitizers is a general rule that helps you avoid a lot of infections, and is one of the best experiments that was done in medicine, where several decades ago they made a lot of nurses and doctors wash their hands let me say, health workers wash their hands on one ward and compared it to a ward where they were not washing their hands. And they realized that infections were a lot on the wards that didn't wash their hands. So the good lesson is that going forward, when COVID is gone, the measures should not go with it. Maybe a few, like social distancing, we have to maybe lessen it. Lessen as in, yes, but not shaking hands, not washing our hands frequently and all that. These are things that will save you from Apollo, my popular Apollo. They will save you from cholera, typhoid fever. Or most of these conditions come from contacting the next. In fact, even meningitis, cerebral CSM, which was mentioned, close contact facilitates its spread. So these are attitudes that must be with us going into the future. And all these ventilators, equipping of our ICUs, they are going to benefit a lot of people who also have acute chest problems, like people who come with COPD, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, people with severe asthma, any condition that will let you stand a chance of losing your life because of difficulty in breathing, you can benefit from the ventilator. So we are taking advantage to build capacity in some specific areas. Noguchi now is getting attention. A lot of them, they've had attention, but attention has been increased, and this would sustain them in other areas. So these are positive lessons for us, which will go along. And the treatment centers, Kolebu is getting its fevers units. We call it fevers unit, but that's where we have cases of serious infectious diseases. It's been renovated completely, and everybody is happy. We are not saying COVID should have come, but because of COVID, it's seen attention. And then we are building another facility, an isolation center, a new one in a short time, to add on to the capacity of the fevers unit. All this is happening because of COVID, and they are sorry. Yes, they are positive.
Yeah, so.
Thank you. Dr. Okoe-Boye, as a professional, what should the public be expecting in the coming days and months regarding COVID-19?
Thank you very much. The first, we have a lot of samples that we're waiting for their results. Luckily, we've had a lot of them coming already. So if you are getting cases reported, it's from, most of them were samples that were waiting in a queue. It is my expectation that this week, and at worst, next week, should be the period within which we would have seen most of these results coming. That would have given us an idea of where we are likely to hit, as in the plateau, and then later see some dropping. So this week is crucial. Next week, maybe the first few days of next week will also be crucial. And then we would have known our smoothness level. Beyond these 2 weeks, any other cases that will come are likely to come in ones or twos from contacts that were traced. But this week and next week, you have backlog results that are coming. They are not a reflection of what is happening over the past few days. They are just a backlog. Once we've cleared our backlog, then there's no backlog where you have 30 cases come at a go or 40 cases. 1, 2, 4, 3. That one is allowable, and it will give us an idea how the graph will be like.
Well, given that beyond Greater Accra and Greater Kumasi, a region like Eastern region is recording high figures. As of today, maybe about 40. And then given the attitude of some people, including famous people who think that this is not a threat to us. And of course the youth who want to let it look like it's business as usual, who have to be even stopped from going to beaches and those doing parties, etc. If you're given this opportunity, I'm giving you this opportunity to tell the whole world the magnitude of this pandemic and what can befall us if we don't take precautions.
I thank you very much. So, Mr. Chairman, this I say that the statistics tell us that COVID is real and we have to take it serious. With a mortality rate of even let's say 3% in Ghana. What it means that if 100 get it, let's say 3 can lose their life. You assume it is far from you until a relative becomes part of the 3%. And in statistics, anytime you are a victim, it is not 3% anymore, it's actually 100%. So we should not take refuge in the mortality and say it will take a long time to get close to us. Let me even confess myself, although I speak on COVID, it was not close to home until one of my very good, is more or less a father, became a victim. And since then, you know, the feeling has actually not been the same. So you should not wait till your relative becomes a victim. Take the measures serious, and as it will help us to contain this particular COVID situation. Let's say Eastern region, if you have 30 cases that are positive, the absolute figure is not enough. You know, we must now go behind the figure and look at where the cases are. If almost all the cases are in 2 compounds or 3 houses in a locality, you can lock down that area and contain the virus. But if you have 5 spread along 6 places, then you can consider letting the whole region take some limitation on movement, restricting it. So the science and the details will help us to know the decision. But wherever you are, even if you are in a region that is not under this partial lockdown, assume the person you are seeing has come into contact with, in quote, a burger and has it, so that you take good care of yourself. Yeah.
Yes, Honorable Minister for Communication, now you have your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, Honorable Nominee, we've been told that the spread of the pandemic is assisted by dense populations. It's easier to spread in heavily populated areas. We have registered cases in some of our most densely populated areas, particularly in Greater Accra, including my own Ablikuma West. There's Medina, Weja, Nima, Mamubi, Newtown, and areas like that, which have registered cases. Many of those places, people live in compound houses. More than 3, 4, 5 people live in one single room. How do you enforce the lockdown in areas like this, the stay-at-home order in areas, without facilitating
Mr. Chairman, the question is complex. Yeah. Mr. Chairman, yes. Yeah, my colleague, okay, my colleague MP says that it's a lockdown question. Well, Mr. Chairman, let me say that there are some structural challenges inherent in our system when it comes to enforcing some measures. We can up our game in those particular areas so that if you are relying on media, radio, and TV to talk to some people in particular areas where they are dispersed, in these areas we can look for tailor-made engagements, like once again, like I said, letting the imam himself do a public announcement, even if it's a van, a recorded message, telling people that confine yourself to your houses. If you step out of your room, you can be in a compound, but don't go out necessarily. So we must be biased towards them, biased in terms of dedicating more effort to help them comply. And then we must be strategic so that it will not be that people are being hounded in a bid to enforce the rules. So we have to pay special attention. We can succeed with them as well.
And I believe also that it would help if those who are confirmed positive are quickly isolated from those communities and put in isolation centers so that we can stop the spread. But as you indicated, we really do need to engage more with the people in those localities so that they understand why some of these measures must be taken. Thank you for your answer. Now, we've also heard reports that because of the ban on funerals, our mortuaries are choked, even though private burials have not been banned. So what do we do, or what would you recommend to your minister, if confirmed, to do to decongest the mortuaries in view of the fact that we may be seeing an exponential growth in the number of deaths, COVID-related deaths?
With the numbers and the number of severe cases you are seeing, I hope and believe we will not. Let's hope we don't get there. But Mr. Chairman, my engagement with constituents show that the information, the directive is not too clear with people on the ground, whether they can actually go and bury their dead in the normal numbers, whether they can bury with less than 25 people, or whether they can bury at all. So communication, that will find a way of making people bury their loved ones, but in strict compliance with social distancing and strict hygienic protocols. I think the communication must be clear, and especially with our agencies that are helping us to enforce the partial lockdown. Once this communication is clear, when they see someone on the weekend too, based on their responses, they will also understand what is happening. So we must quickly work on that, because some of the mortuaries, I get some feedback that they are having an increase in not COVID-related deaths, but normal deaths. Yes, thank you.
And then my final question, thanks for the answer. We all heard about your very passionate advocacy for the construction of the Lekma Road, which was very, very admirable. At what stage is it currently? Has it been completed?
Honorable Minister, ask your question.
Mr. Chairman, I thank the Honourable Minister for Communications for asking this question. I thank all of you for supporting my modest self to get attention on the road. As we speak, it's about 75% complete, and the way things are going, Mr. Chairman, you continue to see your
impact on your primaries, I'm sure. Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would like to congratulate our nominee. And we are all in support of your nomination, because you are one of the few young gentlemen who has proven to be a real statesman, and we have no doubt at all your capability of handling this issue. But I have a very critical issue on medication. I think earlier on, our colleague asked about herbal medicine, the introduction or the management of it in relation to the current COVID-19 pandemic. It has been reported or suggested that some herbs, herbal medicine, can be used to help manage the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm very much aware of the existence of a team of research scientists and medical researchers trying to dive into the orthodox or alternative herbal medicine And these people have gone through the protocols, the arrangements to ensure that quality assurance is maintained. But I don't see the effort that is being made by the health ministry to include that, because if I look at your analysis, and we know the number of cases that have been identified at this point in time, if this pandemic has an exponential growth, we are expecting more cases than we are experiencing at this point in time. But I am not for people who are coming out and giving the wrong information that we are hiding figures and all that. I don't think so. But I believe that the herbal medicine is contributing a lot to the preventive measures that is being put out there to address the issue of this pandemic. But I don't see the role the Ministry of Health is playing in this regard. So how can you assist your minister to incorporate this herbal medicine into the health delivery systems and the management of the pandemic? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So a lot of the medicines we take, Mr. Chairman, are actually produced from plant sources. So let's say the artemisinin plant is the plant that gave us the artemether-lumefantrine drug for malaria. Now, I've monitored these claims, and they are in two folds or two kinds. There are those who say they have herbal medications or products that help your immune system to be strong. So there's one product I know of, which I already mentioned, which has been certified to play a role in more or less boosting your immune. Now, it's gained some popularity because most people who have recovered or are dealing with COVID basically have to depend on their immune system to help them. They are only assisted with medications that provide them cover so that other opportunistic events don't take advantage of the viral situation. Plus, some of the medications they are giving have a way of moderating your immune system so that in trying to help your body, you don't end up killing yourself. Because there are people who mount irrational and high levels of immune, and they become victims of their fight against the virus. So people are giving cocktail of things to support them as they recover on their own. Now, based on this knowledge, some will tell you my product is good for COVID. But in reality, the claim is about immune booster.
Yes.
And for immune booster, I'm not saying don't get those products, but fruits and vegetables of all kinds do a lot of magic in giving you a sharp immune system. So it's not wrong to have these drugs and all that, but you don't want to get into the trouble of telling people that this product is what is going to cure COVID. That one, people will rush and get it, but scientifically, it's not prophylaxis. It does not keep them away from getting the COVID-19. So nobody is discouraging herbal participation. Rather, what I would say is that because many people have called me that they have preparations that can heal or deal with COVID, I'll check with my boss if I'm approved, whether we can have some desk, that's if it's not already in existence, special desk for preparations for COVID, so that if you have it, bring it. But we'll give it to the testing agencies to see whether it can really support it. Until testing and those rigorous processes are done, science doesn't allow you to try it on some people. Yeah, thank you.
Honorable Chair, I just want to be a little inquisitive in this regard. Are you aware that Ghana has a potential to become the essential medicine manufacturing basket for West Africa? And if you are aware, how can you assist your ministry to facilitate this potential? Because it's very much required. Thank you.
I thank you very much. I am aware that we've assisted some of the drug manufacturing companies with stimulus packages and all that to increase their capacity. And the more attention we give to them, the more we can handle some of the obstacles they are dealing with, so that they can do more in terms of their output. So I'm aware, and we have to give more attention, engage them more, so that we can achieve that position as the place for the hub for medicines across the sub-region. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm done. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister for Education.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, colleague. What would you do about that?
Yeah, Honorable Minister, I thank you for the question. Mr. Chairman, the section 37, which talks about the constitution of the Board for Teaching Hospitals, was recently amended by...
Chairman, sorry, section 37 of which act?
Of Act 525, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
So section 37 of Act 525, that's the Ghana Health Service and Teaching Hospitals Act, talked about the constitution of the board, but we recently amended it, and the amended one states that the chairman shall not be a minister or deputy minister. And because I have not yet gone through your approval process, I was careful not to preempt the process and resign, so that in case something happens here, I can go for my board chairman. So I would, again, immediately I get communication or the process is completed, I would engage my boss so that we see how to make sure we are in compliance with the law. Yes.
What does compliance with the law mean in this matter?
Compliance would mean resignation.
Since you are legally, Chairman, I hope I have your indulgence. Since you are legally aware that you cannot hold the two positions, and you are more likely, from what is going around this table, to be recommended for approval, will you resign as board chairman of the Okoe-Boye Teaching Hospital?
Yeah, leader, as soon as you pass me, I'll resign.
Before you tender in your resignation, do you really know the state of PPE distributed for frontline health workers in Okoe-Boye? Because yesterday, I met a frontline doctor on one of the wards and was still complaining about the unavailability of PPEs, even though she conceded that they know that there's PPE in stock in Okoe-Boye. But those in the front line in the department are not getting it. And what would you do before you resign to ensure that our colleagues, and especially our vulnerable junior colleagues, get these needed PPEs?
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. When some of the doctors and nurses raised issues with PPEs, from the engagements I had with some of them, I realized that the management had put in place some measures, but there wasn't any communication to the staff. And having some PPEs in stock is not the same as a worker feeling secured that should they have a suspected case, they can be properly prepared. So I engaged management and I encouraged them strongly to make sure that whatever steps they are taking, they should communicate to staff. And right after meeting staff at the emergency, the threats they gave of not working and all that came down. They are all back to the unit because they've been made aware of the availability of PPEs. Some of them say that they want to be inundated. They want a lot of them in sight. But I engaged the management. They formed a logistics committee, and what they told the staff is that use the ones that have been given to you. If they are done, you exhaust them, just apply, request, and we give you the rest. In fact, one senior member mentioned that sometimes when you just pour them out there, when there's not much base, there is abuse, and some can even, you cannot find some, yeah.
Would you consider this advice that you walk through the departments and Frontline unannounced? Because we are colleagues, we are doctors. You describe PPEs as disposables. I don't know if a doctor working on a ward disposes of the gloves or mask and has to go and apply for some. I'm not sure that's what you are trying to say. But would you care to take an impromptu visit to Frontline staff working and make sure that what has been said as an activity is getting to being implemented? Thank you. Chairman, that's all.
Yes, thank you.
Yes. Will you care to visit the Frontline?
I'll do that.
Yes, leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I hope the nominee will try and be brief with his answers so that we can go very far. Mr. Chairman, in an earlier question, he made us to understand that he's been working very closely with the COVID coordinating team, especially with the communication team. Is that right?
Yes.
So it means that you have a lot of information as to what is happening within the management of the COVID situation. Is that also right?
Some information.
Well, I just want to find out from you that the first announcement the president made, where he announced the $100 million, talked about trying to set up minimum centers. To date, how many centers do we have that are able to test?
Thank you. I know at least of 3 that are doing testing. That's Noguchi, KCCR, and the Public Reference Laboratory in Kolibu, which was initially not part of the testing centers. And I also know of a place like Cape Coast. They have an equipment that can be configured to come and join the capacity. But I know of 3.
What is in your view preventing us from quickly setting up new centers to help fast track the testing?
Mr. Chairman, I have heard people who talk about rapid tests, and they believe that when we do rapid tests, you have it in the thousands and all that. The issue with that, although it's done at certain places, you can have a significant percentage of false positives because the process they use to confirm a positive test is not the same route as the ones done at Noguchi. Noguchi, most of the time they are doing PCR and all that. The infrastructure that Noguchi has to do PCR tests is a capital intensive one, and usually they are not like maybe a lab that does blood count and HB where you can set up a lot in a short time. So if you realize the ones that we've added on board, like the public reference in Kolibu, by their nature they were almost in the position to do the test, just that you have to configure them, get the particular calibrations before you can apply them. So I'm sure we'll take advantage once again of this situation to have more of the Noguchis and KCCRs for today and the future. Yes.
What I asked you was, what do you think was the inhibiting factor that is preventing us from being able to whether reconfigure or set up new centers across the country?
I think first of all is a process. No matter how urgent things are, you can't bypass some steps to say you have a lab of the nature and standard of, let's say, Noguchi. There are things that you must go through. There are supposed to be standardization, there are supposed to be certification, so that when a result comes from that unit, it can be accepted globally. We've even had cases where a sample taken to one particular center, well established, invested in, goes to CDC, Center for Disease Control, that's the US, and it gives different results. So the point is that there is a standard that must be met. Being in a hurry will not be an excuse. So capital investment is one of them, and the process itself, it takes some time. There are other labs that you can set up in a week to do full blood count and all that. This one is a specialized setup. Yes.
Yesterday, I don't know whether you monitored the media. There was this private company that came to donate an equipment that's able, could assist Noguchi to do testing on the ground. Did you hear that?
I was preparing for the interview, so I'm sorry. I didn't monitor it strongly. Yes, sir.
But yesterday, yeah, they did. So my concern is if a private individual could quickly get certain equipment for Noguchi, and Noguchi, I heard the director talked about how useful it's going to be. What is preventing a government from quickly able to acquire such equipment?
Mr. Chairman, kindly forgive me or indulge me. I don't know whether that equipment on its own, without support from other facilities they have at Noguchi, can do the test. I don't know as I speak, but I suspect that it might be a complement or it might aid in their work. But I'll monitor it well when I finish this process, and then if we can go that route, mention it to my boss. Yeah.
So, if I may ask the Chairman, when cases come up interland, how do they get to any of the centers for testing?
Mr. Chairman, so they have a special, first of all, there's a test kit. And the test kit we are using is for PCR. I mean, it's harmonious with the setup at KCCR and, how do you call it, Noguchi. I say harmonious because there are kits are specific to equipment or the setup you have. So I know we have this kit that if you have a suspected case, it must be used to take the sample. And then there's a specific transport medium, what must contain or hold the sample you have to the testing center. Again, I know of rapid test kits which are not necessarily going to look for viruses. Most of the ones being done on Noguchi and KCCR and the public reference are actually trying to isolate the virus and confirm its presence. I know that most of the test kits will depend on other chemical routes like testing for presence of antibodies and all that. So there are different levels.
Chairman, what I'm asking my colleague is, when facilities interland suspect that these symptoms could be corona, and they have to take samples and transport them to the centers for testing, how do they do it? Do you have an idea how they do it?
So, yes, sir. So Kolebu has a COVID team. COVID team meaning it's a team set up specifically for COVID cases or suspects. Immediately you get any case that fits the definition, you have to alert the COVID team, especially their coordinator. He comes in. So if it's even a labor case, but there is grounds to suspect COVID, he comes to join the obstetrics and gynecologists to manage the situation so that they follow the protocols. Now, at the district, yeah, this is callable. At the district,
what happens at Jaboso?
Yes. So every district by our setup has a DHM team, a district health management team, headed by the municipal district health director. They have a COVID team as well for the district. So if a suspected case appears at the health center, the head of the health center must signal the head of the COVID team in the district with the director of health at the district being strongly involved. I stand to be corrected, but the director is supposed to be the head of the emergency team. They will send the kits to where they have the case, plus a transport medium. And today, as we speak, every health facility has at least one person who's had some training on the approach to dealing with the patient. You might not do it all on your own, but you signal the chain so that you get support.
So you say every health facility, did I hear you say that?
Mr. Chairman, it's supposed to have gone down to the last route. Every district has a team. If a facility...
No, I heard you say every health facility. I just wanted to be sure. You said every health facility.
Yeah, every health facility has at least one person who's had training in COVID approach.
So where from these 56 designated facilities across the country, if every health facility will have one person that is trained, where from this we have set up 56 across the country to deal with it?
So, Mr. Chairman, if you happen to have a suspect at the eye clinic, you don't want the suspect to be with the eye people. Once the fellow is strongly suspected, the fellow will be sent to a quarantine place, either mandatory quarantine under state supervision or straight at home. But once the sample is confirmed positive, usually you are handled at an isolation center. So these cases, places you are talking about, are the places where actually positive cases will be dealt with. And the level of, let's say, preparation and setup will be superior to a place where you are not necessarily structured for COVID, but you are sensitized enough to pick cases. So that is the difference.
So if a chief compound suspects the symptoms, they will call the health director, or what do they do?
Forgive me, but there are two kinds of people who might need a test. Those who themselves volunteer that they have a travel history without any symptoms, and then you want to do the test. The other one is the one who might be clinically ill, coughing and comes. So that if he says he's coughing, but he goes for goods from China, and he was there 2 weeks ago, immediately you want to make sure, if you were not in the hospital covered with a face mask, you want to quickly make sure, even before you continue with your consultation, your face mask and your gown and everything. And then you administer what would bring relief immediately. Administer and give 1 or 2 medications, but you must still signal the team so that the team comes to assist you. You shouldn't keep that patient at your unit because you think you have all the knowledge to treat. You must alert the team. That patient might be taken out of your facility to a treatment center. So that...
Well, Chairman, the reason why I keep probing for the interland is that we are having complaints that people come, they suspect the symptoms, they are asked to take the samples, they take even the transport to move it to the relevant center for testing becomes a problem. I hope you will take note of this. But back to the PPEs, you're talking about Kolebu and what is being done there. But across the country, it's a major challenge. You keep hearing them say again and again, we do not have PPEs, we do not have PPEs. Having worked with the team, what is your assessment of the level of distribution of the PPEs on the ground?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I know that, again, just like you do in all areas, we've been trying to upscale the levels of PPEs that are given to the facilities. I will not say I have knowledge absolutely on everything that is being done, but the fact remains that we have to expedite delivery of PPEs to the centers. And if there are any bureaucratic regimes which are tolerated in normal times, we have to find a way to still obey the laws, but at the same time expedite the steps. Because I remember I went to Lekman to consult 2 weeks ago, and the director told me that they have some PPEs, but they wish they would get more restocking. And when I mentioned to the minister in the conversation, he told me that the regional stores have been given some PPEs. And again, it must go through the processes for disbursement and all that. This takes some time, and we must look, I agree, we have to look at expediting the whole chain so that it will go to the ground. So I would pay attention to that.
Last week, I heard the Minister for Information, Honorable Okoe-Boye, virtually saying the same thing. We'll try and expedite action, and the persons that are in a facility and they do not have, they should still call and let us. Don't you think that we need to have a system, just as we are trying now to track every patient or people with symptoms, to be able to track where each PPEs are moving into, so that we can tell where we have and where we do not have, and where maybe we have excess and where we do not have excess, so we can even do the cross transportation to ensure that people are safe. I mean, you are aware that in UK now they've just moved away from just saying that, oh, it is when you suspect. Every health worker is just using the PPEs because you don't know who you are meeting for the first time. You may just assume that this is a normal person, as you yourself rightly said. Some people don't show symptoms. So if you don't fast track the distribution of the PPEs, we may end up having a lot of challenge. Mr. Chairman, let me just ask my colleague, what is the real challenge in trying to do this contact tracing and testing? What is the real challenge that we have?
The Chairman, like I said, I was closely involved with the risk communication team. The team that does the tracing are our heroes. They go out there to fetch the cases. I am not privy to any documented challenges, but a few that I can hazard has to do with once you are going to communities to meet people, take samples, obviously understanding them, cooperation and all that, I suspect might be some of the challenges they have. You can meet someone who, after all the convincing that they've come across a contact and all that, they might resist testing. And logistics also. I know that in one of our meetings with the risk communication team, we were made aware that other agencies have come on board, supported with pickups to help the contact tracers to go out there and reach the people they want to take their samples. I know also that Honorable Minister of Education is here. They also supported. They released a couple of vehicles. So these are I've not cited a list of documented challenges, but I suspect these should be some of the challenges.
Mr. Chairman, I want to find out from whether it's aware of a COVID-19 plan, because you need to be able to have a plan that shows how you are going to scale up testing, and then how you are going to intensify your contact tracing as part of the protocol to enable you ease the lockdown. Is there a plan that you know about this management of the COVID-19?
Mr. Chairman, I was doing more of party communication work, and when COVID came, I tried to be a lot of do some work or assistance with the communication, but I don't have locus that made me see a lot of documents. So I've really not cited a plan, or that's not to say it's not in existence, but I don't really. I didn't get to sit in a lot of meetings and all that. We normally get all the statements that have come from the quarters, and then we interpret the results and see how to let it go.
But don't you think if there is a plan, even the whole of the country needs to know? You are looking at what New York is doing every morning. You have the governor tell, this is our plan, this is where we are, this is where we want to get. Don't you think it is something that all of us even need to know so that we can follow what government is doing?
I mentioned the general overarching strategy, which is the 5-pronged strategy of limiting and stopping the importation of the virus. And for each strategy, I know of steps that have been taken to achieve. So this executive instrument to extend the closure of our borders has to do with the first strategy. The second one is the containing the spread of the virus or limiting its community spread. And that is what has informed this enhanced or aggressive testing, which is actually making us go ahead of most of our peers in terms of the numbers, although we can still do better. The third one, which is adequate care, is what has led us to dedicate the Ga East Hospital as a treatment facility. It's the same adequate care that has made fevers unit at my favorite Kolebu see some attention. It's the same adequate care that has made us define treatment regimes or protocols for making sure that we support people not to get into a severe case. The fourth one, which is the social limitation of the social and economic impact, is the one that maybe I'll not say we are doing a lot, but I'll not go there for now because but there's a strategy. And the last one is the building the capacity of our local capacity to produce a lot of these items. That's why we are expecting about 3.6 million face masks from some number of companies which have started producing. So this is the broad strategy, and each one has more or less a team that is looking at interventions to make sure that together we are better prepared to manage the situation.
Well, earlier in your answer, you said when people test positive, then they are moved to treatment centers. Is that what you said? Even when they don't have symptoms?
Yeah, so immediately they take your sample. It means the assumption that your risk is high and you are a potential positive case. So,
no, you've tested, the person is positive.
Yeah. So yes, you are handled at, let me put it, isolation places or centers.
So that would mean you will be moved from maybe the general community unless maybe you are capable of isolating in your home.
Yes, you have to be moved out of the community into an isolation center, or if you're setting, based on what you're setting and all that, you'll be under some form of mandatory isolation to be observed and treated. Yes.
Yesterday in my community, Asmasu constituency, precisely Pakoso, a gentleman was tested. His sample was taken, tested positive, but they decided that he should isolate with his mother in a single room. You think that is right? It's in a compound house and in a single room. You think that is right?
Mr. Chairman, kindly indulge me. The case management team are people that have a lot of capacity. I can't really tell why they took such a decision, but
would that be right?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I don't think that is right.
So I hope you will be interested in following up on this. So as one's concerns or as a Koromompo municipal, then I think you may get in touch with the health director, municipal director, for some details. Back to Kofredia. Do you remember when the case came up and we had to lock down Kumasi and its environs, and then Accra and its environs? Do you remember the number of cases in Kumasi?
Mr. Chairman, I don't remember the exact figure.
But do you remember it was less than 30?
I don't remember the exact figure, but
it was 8. But let's say it was less than 30. That you are sure for sure it was not up to 30. And the Kumasi and its environs were locked down. Today, we are reporting of Kofredia over 40. Well, Eastern region, Honorable Obi is correcting me, that is Eastern region, not necessarily Kofredia. Will you advise a lockdown?
Mr. Chairman, I mentioned earlier that it's not the absolute figure that will inform a lockdown, but you have to be interested in where the cases are. If the cases are dispersed in the population, some measure of restricted movement would be beneficial. If the cases happen to be at a particular locality, trying to lock down that locality or restrict their movement can also be beneficial. So maybe when I get close to the surveillance team, I'll be interested in all these details to inform a lockdown.
My colleague is aware of the team, from the Director General of Ghana Health Service, the former Deputy Director, WHO. You admit that these are experts, right?
Yes.
Are you an expert?
I thank you very much. Mr. Chairman.
Are you an expert?
The expertise in what? So be specific. What?
Well, expert in public health.
I'm a public health practitioner with a background in public health at a master's level. I don't know whether it's sufficient to be considered an expert. Yes, sir.
Because I heard you in an answer earlier saying that you were going to be, if we approve you, be a deputy minister who will be looking through the advice that the minister is giving. But you agree that those who will be giving the advice to the minister, these are top experts, worldwide recognized experts. So I just want you to have it at the back of your mind that you are going to assist, but these are people who are experts. Last but not the least, the OPDs of Okoe-Boye is shut down. Is that right? The OPD, Confanochi, Okoe-Boye, a number of them, they've closed down their OPDs, right?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, as we speak across the country, the general OPD protocols have been revised more or less to let the numbers go down to avoid crowding. So in Lekma, every hospital, cases that are not emergency cases, but maybe coming to do reviews and all that, they are advised to postpone them. Some, we are finding mechanisms for them to get their drugs. So you have some who are just coming for a review, their hypertensive drugs are finished. We are finding other means to let them come for their drugs without coming to congregate at the OPD. So there's been a revision of the OPD protocols.
You know that this is a major challenge because people start with a simple malaria, if not treated, can get into a very dangerous level to become an emergency. People start with simple snake bite, others start with some other minor thing. So for us to close down OPDs, don't you think that we are risking the life and of the ordinary citizens instead of finding a way of getting people to visit the hospital with their ailment without necessarily crowding and without also necessarily closing down the OPDs?
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that statement. I will not argue with you, but the point I want to make is that a very good preparation for COVID, just as in every situation, there are a few sacrifices you have to make. You wish other sectors of your service were not affected, but where, in fact, even most hospitals or non-hospital settings, they've asked their staff, not all of them, they've asked them not to represent in the same numbers to work. So we are not in usual times. I agree, we have to find ways to capture people who might...
Mr. Chairman, I thought the philosophy was to save life. And you don't understand why we are having more CSM cases in the Upper West. And very soon, if something is not done, it will go to Upper East and the northern regions. Because every year we know at a certain time of the period, certain measures need to be taken. Now we've taken our eyes off all this and we say we are just considering COVID. COVID is to kill people. Others are also dying through other things. Is it not the plan to save life? Whether it is CSM, whether it is COVID, whether it is malaria, our ultimate objective is to save life, right?
Mr. Chairman, kindly forgive me, but we have not necessarily taken our eye off the ball when it comes to other areas of practice. We are just trying hard to do social distancing, observe protocols that will help with preventing exponential spread with the facility or structure we have now. And Mr. Speaker, let me say that I had an engagement with the directors at the ministry, and what I got to know was that the vaccination regime has still been on, as in giving people vaccines to reduce the numbers of CSM, or if should you even have CSM, the level of severity. But I am informed that in the past few years, about the last 2-3 years, the strain, the meningococcal strain, the organism that causes the CSM, the strain they are seeing is not behaving like the normal strain they've dealt with their vaccines. And we have to do. These are also being escalated so that doctors should suspect CSM more, just like COVID or even more than COVID. So they've not taken their eye off the ball, but there's an issue of mutation, which I've been told, that the strain is behaving unlike the one we are used to. And that is how most organisms behave. When you start attacking them with drugs, they also find a way to go bypass the drug, and then you have to review the drugs you have in stock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My last question. What informed the designation of 400,000 people to be supported with food packages? What informed that number?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm not too cognizant. I don't know what went into it.
Because you notice that the designation of 400,000 people is partly what is creating the problem. I hope you've seen videos of sharing centers and the commotion, and in fact, even clearly endangering the very reason why we are trying to observe social distance. I hope you've seen some of them. Why couldn't we have considered cash transfers?
Mr. Chairman, yeah. Mr. Chairman, any suggestion that aims at making sure we observe protocols in a better way should be tolerated and not resisted. So,
because you see, when you talk about cash transfer, it helps you with easy targeting. Bank of Ghana tells us that over 30 million people are using mobile money, right? And all these data are there, so that.
Honorable Leader, you have the ministers, so kindly send your suggestions to them. If you have
Mr. Chairman, the reason why I'm sending to him, because he said he's been working very closely with the team. He's been working very closely.
The communication part, he explained.
Yeah, but they give them briefing, because you need to appreciate what they are doing before you can communicate. And you can just see that even Nigeria is doing well with that. They've been able to target over 10 million people over 35 states. Ghana, we have a LEAP program that have data that we can use, yet we have chosen to do this one that is so difficult to even account for. Mr. Chairman, I just want to find out, why are we also exempting the private health workers from almost all the benefits that we are giving to the health workers?
Mr. Chairman, I don't really know why.
Well, people are telling you, say you don't know, so I can simply run away from it. I mean, let me say, Chairman, Honorable Okoe-Boye is one of my favorite backbenchers. I wish him well. I pray that the enthusiasm with which he conducts himself in the House, he will use the same enthusiasm as he gets to the ministry. I wish you well.
Honorable Majority Chief Whip, do you want to ask? You don't have any question. Very well. Minority Leader.
Chairman, let me thank you for the opportunity and to join you and our colleagues in congratulating our colleague. What I find instructive, Dr. Okoe-Boye, reading your CV, nowhere do I see you proudly mention or declare that you are a member of Parliament for Leje Kuku. Any explanation for that?
Mr. Chairman, I got a date wrong, but I think on the second page, it is there that I'm the MP for Lejokuku.
And Chairman, we are vetting you indeed in extraordinary times that there is a public health crisis globally, which is almost reaching 2,050,000 cases in Africa. You are expected to support your minister and the president to prevent and contain COVID. As board chairman for Qualifications Teaching Hospital, and just to relate to some of the statistics, is Qualifications producing oxygen on its own?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Qualifications had a problem with their plant, but the last few months they've been doing some production. Yes.
Are you aware that it's out of service and needed urgent attention? Why did you, as board chairman and management, not attend to it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to announce to this committee that the board treated the oxygen situation seriously. And the CEO would have been to Germany the ones producing oxygen for the cardio unit. We had a memorandum of understanding with them to come and build an ultramodern oxygen plant, and then we will only be off-takers. And Qualifications was not going to, we're not supposed to find money in the setup. So the timelines were supposed to have traveled some few months before COVID made things, made it inappropriate to travel. So we appreciate that the oxygen situation.
But you are aware as board chairman, together with management, that at the time they were depending on purchases from TEMA to get oxygen to run the hospital.
Yes, sir.
Did you consider that right, that somebody was not profiting from the business of selling oxygen to the hospital?
In fact, it was that practice that motivated me to put it as an agenda at the board meeting, that we must be in a position to produce our own oxygen.
Since you are a health professional and part of the government team dealing with this matter, how many tests are being processed a day by Noguchi and the KCCR? If we have to break it down from the 44,421 tests done so far, both Noguchi and the KCCR indicate to us that their capacity is 1,000 a day. So within 25 days, how did we arrive at our figure as a country?
Mr. Chairman, no, my leader did the calculation before asking me the question. So maybe I'll find out what is happening with the figures. Either,
Alliance, do you know the figures officially or not?
I don't know, sir.
At the Qualifications Teaching Hospital, you are aware that neurosurgical procedures, when done, some of the patients had to wait for months before surgery. Were there any plans in your mind as board chairman to deal with a neurosurgery center that will provide additional ICU services?
Mr. Chairman, yes, I'm aware of discussions between the hospital and the ministry for government to consider investing in those areas. We've had support with a new maternity block, the facility that is supposed to come up. We've also had attention to the urology and nephrology unit. We are hoping that we also get some attention.
But are you aware of the worrying statistics that some of the patients, just whilst waiting for treatment for the procedure, die because of the longevity of time they have to spend?
I'm not aware of that.
You have any understanding why obstetrics patients are nursed at the surgical ICU and they don't have an intensive care unit of their own at Qualifications?
Mr. Chairman, what I can say is that there are challenges when it comes to infrastructure with the maternity block we have now. It's an old structure. The new one will help us with some of these facilities. I will not doubt what you are saying, but these are the reasons why we are working on a new one.
You are aware that Okoe-Boye is very critical in terms of the health delivery of our country, and there are patients who are already in critical care even before COVID. And whilst COVID is being managed, what are you doing for that category of patients, those in critical care at Okoe-Boye? Because it appears that many of your staff have been taken away to tracing and tracking centers across the country. What happens to patients requiring critical care?
Mr. Chairman, it's elective cases. That's cases or surgeries that can wait, that we've put a hold on. But the hospital is actually doing emergency still. So that surgeries that must be done ASAP to save lives are still done at Okoe-Boye. So that is what I can say.
You are aware that patients with brain tumors, some with cancer, some have had to lose their sight because of the waiting period. Will you urgently address that as if it was also a COVID emergency?
Yes, I will.
I believe you'll be assisting your minister. I believe you quietly, like me, listen to the president in the comfort of your home when he first addressed the country to his second, when he directed that the Minister for Health shall take proactive measures per the provisions of Act 851. What happened, and what would you have done if you were deputy minister at the time that the president was speaking to the nation on Sunday on measures to be taken within the ambit of the Public Health Act of Ghana?
Mr. Chairman, I will support the minister.
Support him to do what? Support the minister to do what?
To take actions.
Were those actions taken? Have they been taken? It took the president to come back with an imposition of restrictions when he could have relied on the Public Health Act, which was to deal with the specific health emergency. Chairman, I see the nominee is reluctant listening to whispers from afar. There is supposed to be a governing regulations to the Public Health Act. Will you assist your minister to get that realized for the good of the Ghanaian people?
Yes, I will.
In your earlier answer to the Honorable Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa, you related to frontline officers, nurses and midwives waiting across the country, whether in Wa, in Bekwai, in Tamale or Swami, are expecting that when patients come, they would naturally become frontline officers. Will you by that consider your definition of frontline officers narrow and not encapsulating enough to capture those other persons who are in position to assist in other parts of the country to deal with this public health emergency?
Mr. Chairman, kindly indulge me, but the front line was used just like you call someone trying to score at the front as a striker, and then the midfielder, and then the defender. They are all part of the family and the team. So like I said earlier, all of us health workers are part of the team. But I'm happy to say that the leader of the nurses came to say that they now appreciate the definition and that they have been made to understand that it's the staff that are actually working at the treatment centers dealing with positive COVID cases.
A colleague of yours named Soji, I believe I get a name right, wrote an article about you to eulogize you as you were being considered for this position. But in one of the paragraphs, he said at the wee end of your career, just when you were getting to do medicine at Okoe-Boye, did you have any problems or troubles with any of your superiors? as he indicated in that publication?
Mr. Chairman, well, it's not really problems, but at one of the places where I worked, it had to do with maybe the approach I had to dealing with problems. I asked a lot of questions and all that. And I think we all appreciate that in our setting, sometimes being too inquisitorial can mean other things. And so there were some few challenges, but they were not devastating.
I will insist on the nature of the problem as I know it. Will you go to the Ministry of Health with that earlier attitude or a change attitude?
Mr. Chairman, I'm a born again. But given that you are one of the frontline communicators, and given the progress that Ghana have made, evaluation the Ghana specific case, and without recommending the one-size-fits-all approach to dealing with COVID-19, would you recommend an exit strategy or an escalation for Ghana? Mr. Chairman, consideration to this week and next week, if our figures all come in, we might have to keep the measures we have. Maybe escalation must have a foundation. For now, I don't have the basis to ask for an escalation.
Now, we just asked you about a question. You are a professional. You are not those who are interested in PR, in managing COVID. You are dealing with a health pandemic. Now, OPDs, by their closure, are likely to contribute to morbidity. Is that the case?
Leader, please forgive me, but really, we've not closed the OPDs like in Lekman like this. But we are doing even pre-triage, meaning things have changed. The normal times when you just walk to the OPD have been cancelled. So at the entrance, you are asked why you are around. And if what you say doesn't warrant coming for the OPD, we are giving...
So to put it in my language, what assurance do you have for the Ghanaian public that you are given extraordinary attention to COVID, to the neglect of other elements that is also likely to contribute to fatality of death?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to assure the Ghanaian public that I will continue to keep a broad look at every medical situation and not spend all our attention on only COVID. Yes, thank you.
Is the National Health Insurance Trust Fund of Ghana and the National Health Insurance Act in distress of Ghana, the NHI of Ghana, is it in distress?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, distress, the definition and all that, but what I'll say is that the National Health Insurance as an agency has some challenges, but...
Is it in distress?
No, sir.
Thank you. As a practitioner, what's your thought on the future of specialized training for medical doctors? You want to share a thought with us?
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, some few years ago, I think most of us, or most doctors had to go to either abroad or enroll on the West African College to be trained in Ghana and Nigeria. But we as a country set up our college, the Ghana College, and that has helped a lot to train quite some substantial numbers of specialists. It's also training or capacity building is one of the incentives for retaining your medical personnel, and that has also reflected in the percentage of people who will succeed to retain in this country. So we, as a country, we have done well in that area.
I have read about testing, tracing, monitoring to contain COVID. Are you personally satisfied with preparations outside Accra and Kumasi to deal with COVID-19 as a preparedness level of our country?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, constant monitoring is important in dealing with every public health emergency. Whatever we are doing, looking at the number of samples that have been dealt with, there's a lot of work that has gone in. But we can always improve efficiency and get to higher standards. So I would just say that for now we are doing well, but we should not be complacent.
The government in 2015, for the first time in many years, signed a codified conditions of services for health sector workers, including medical practitioners. Given your experience in supervising COVID, which of these conditions of service will you want to see action for the benefit of medical doctors and nurses in Ghana? And other frontline staff.
Mr. Chairman, I know of the existence of that, but I'm here to fully apprise myself with all the details. I don't want to risk anything here. You know, the associations are very particular about their provisions. Thank you, sir.
PPEs, from where you sit, are you satisfied with the adequacy and sufficiency of personal protection equipment in the country?
Mr. Chairman, we can do more. That is what we can do more about that.
What can we do about it? I've been listening to Honorable Soyina and the complaint from his visit to his constituency. I'm sure many others who have gone home have had experiences of acute shortages. What assurance do you have for the Ghanaian people that government is taking good enough steps to ensure its availability for use by medical practitioners?
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to mention that a lot of factories that are into sewing of garments have been roped in to build local capacity. So now we are producing them from within our own country and not to import them. There are a few that we don't have the capacity to produce. The procurement processes have been triggered and will do well to do a lot of restocking. Thank you.
When the pandemic broke out, I normally will enjoy some statements coming from you on the floor of Parliament because you show depth in terms of your professional background. But on this matter, I saw you equate Ebola to COVID. Do you still stand that they are about the same?
Mr. Chairman, forgive me, I didn't really equate. The point I made was that Ebola...
Can you repeat the point you made?
Yeah, the point I made was that Ebola is a hemorrhagic fever. It's caused by a virus. The same level of preparation and training you need to manage a case is similar to the preparation you need to handle, let's say, a COVID case. That's to reduce the risk of infection. And I made a case that we had a suspected case of hemorrhagic fever at Tama General. Because of the training the staff had at Tama General, they didn't run away from the case. They managed it. Albeit we lost the case. But the point is that just as Ghanaian doctors and nurses and staff manage that case, should we have cases of COVID, Ghanaians will manage them. And I'm happy to say that all the cases we've had in this country are being managed by medical personnel. So Ghana is doing well.
Chairman, the nominee whose promise, no doubt about us, waiting to see the senior deputy minister elevate him above a COVID deputy minister, because that's the impression we get reading from the president. You have a minister who has emerged out of a COVID crisis, but you need to be minister responsible for policy at the health ministry, for infrastructure to assist your minister. But you risk the Ghanaian people saying that, oh, Dr. Okoe-Boye, that minister President Akufo-Addo appointed to deal with COVID. I say he risk. But Chairman, in concluding, even food meant for vulnerable people, we are seeing some worrying trends of discrimination. some worrying trends of discrimination reported countrywide. Now, that's not stimulus package yet for private sector businesses or SMEs. You'll be a minister for states. State resources and party resources are not the same. What advice do you have for the Ghanaian people on this matter in upholding the constitutional principle of non-discrimination?
Leader, state resources and party resources are not the same. Thank you very much.
If you were to give us an idea, COVID-19, the president is very optimistic. Many Ghanaians are optimistic. They are talking of 3 months ahead of us. So instead of the disease determining a cutoff date, we're having our own thinking of a cutoff date. What is your cutoff date as a medical professional looking at the trend?
Mr. Chairman, I'm confident that by the time we end this month and enter into May, our graph should be pointing downwards, and not only downwards, but should be going to levels that are very tolerable and encouraging. And life should be back to normal by the time maybe we complete May.
Chairman, having been board chairman for Kolebu, related to Konfanati Teaching Hospital and to Tamale Teaching Hospital, I have long shared the view that those teaching hospitals should not be grandfathered by the state. They should be made to run autonomous because they generate enough resources to cater for their needs. Do you share that view?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, they take care of their needs in terms of the consumables and the things they need to run the facility. But more often than not, most, if not all their staff, most of their staff are paid by the state. If you ask them to do that expenditure as well as pay for capital expenditure like buying equipment and all that, they might struggle. But that's not to say they don't have what it takes to be on their own. I think we also should remember that some of the charges you get from Kolebu, you not get the same at other facilities, let's say private facilities. So to maintain that social order of not denying people health care based on cost, it's important that the state gets involved in some of these facilities.
A cultural lesson to learn from COVID and the number of deaths. Will you expand, as part of your handing over news as board chairman, the status of your mortuary? Dr. Denchi, who is a pathologist that is doing well, there's a lot of space. Instead of others learning the Muslim way, what do you keep a dead body for? They may not because of religious and other cultural belief, but in a Muslim way, you have it easy and then you get rid of the body the next day or the next 2 days. Without that, what will you do for the mock at Kolebu as part of your handing over news to support Dr. Denchi and his team there?
Mr. Chairman, the hospital is exploring ways to expand the capacity of the mortuary, but I'm happy to say that even in the mortuary, those that cannot do social distancing are doing a lot of isolation.
Is there social distancing at the mortuary
for the dead bodies?
Dead bodies, are they also to do social distancing?
No, not really, sir.
Who sees who and who touches who? Chairman, on this note, I can only join you in wishing our colleague well. I admire him on the floor when he speaks with depth on matters relative to health, and I get carried away by his professionalism, except that day I disagree with him and said that don't treat Ebola, it was COVID. Now you are there. COVID and Ebola cannot be the same, even though you are the professional. So I wish you every success. God bless. Thank you. They are not the same. Then tell him.
Very well. That we've had a long day. Practically every question has been asked. I just asked one if you have any information. When people leave the nursing school, they are called nurses. But there are two categories: certificated nurses and diplomats. Or graduates, that's the other level. Does the ministry have a policy of differentiating between which one they employ and which one they don't? And is that often advertised at the time of entry? Do the students know? Do you have any such information?
Mr. Chairman, I think the level of training determines where they put you in terms of the position, the skill. So if, let's say, you start with as a degree nurse, you've done a 4-year program, where they place you is not like our brothers and sisters who, let's say, are in the traditional training centers. So it's about the position on the skill. But
at the recruitment now, they are recruiting the diplomats freely. The certificated one, those who did certificate, are all outstanding. That's why I'm asking whether there's a deliberate policy to leave one group out and employ the other. If you don't know, that's okay. But please, I want information.
Mr. Chairman, we had the diploma nurses, the nurses. They were the normal practice. Some of these degree nurses were introduced. The programs were introduced recently. So what I know the ministry does is they give clearance, special clearance, for those who, after the diploma nurses, they give clearance for the degree nurses, and they are also admitted in badges. In fact, some of them are in private schools, so sometimes their clearance comes differently from the...
My interest is in the certificate nurses. As for the graduate nurses, they don't have much problem. For all those who are outstanding that come to my attention, are those who have certificates.
Okay.
Does the ministry have a policy not to recruit them? If so, do they know at the time of entry of the school?
I'm not aware, sir, of a policy not to admit them, but I'll take a look at it.
Very well. Before I let you go, let me acknowledge these people. Your wife, Mrs. Sarah Boy, thank you for attending upon the house. Ni Ejiri Blankson, Honorable Member of the Council of State, thank you. You know, the face mask is making it possible to identify our senior members. Becholo Niashite Akonfra III, Paramount Chief of Teshi, thank you. Alfred Boy, former Acting Chairman of Greater Accra, thank you. Mordecai Akwashi, oh wow, Mordecai, you were here, I couldn't make you out. Yes, and then Clifford Matekole, Second Vice Chair, Lejikuku Constituency. Great, we thank all of you for coming to support the nominee. Honorable Okoe-Boye, we thank you for attending upon the committee to answer questions. You're discharged for now. You hear from us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I thank all members of the committee for indulging me. I thank you so much. And I thank my people also for coming to support me. Becholo, my wife, and our party. My father is here. Me as you Black Sea, Mr. Alfred Boy, and Honorable Minister for Education.
You're discharged, Honorable Okoe-Boye.
the City Business Festival, talk about business. This year we've taken it to the next level, where we're trying to get showcase the best of Ghana. These are ordinary small companies doing extraordinary things. So the idea is to say, if you want the business sector to grow, the indigenous business sector,